but now you're getting hit. Iranian missiles have your entire skyline lit, and you cry victim and say you didn't start this, but the whole world sees that your lies are retarded. Now you feel terror like the Palestinians. How does it feel to have bombs drop on your civilians? Yo, you could avoided all this if you wanted to, but humanity never expected good behavior from you Jews. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. You were mocking dead kids, but now you're getting hit. Iranian missiles have your entire skyline lit, and you cry victim and say you didn't start this, but the whole world sees that your lies are retarded. Now you feel terror like the Palestinians. How does it feel to have bombs drop on your civilians? Yo, you could avoided all this if you wanted to, but humanity never expected good behavior from you Jews. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
Hello. We're live on Anyweb. Sup, homie? What's up, little homie? Use the like button, please. Thank you. Promote the video. You know what I mean? Somebody's getting executed tomorrow at ADOC. Oh, really? They're doing another one? They're ramping them up. Those up, dude. Like one of the first ones that they had done in like 20 years was when I was on Sentry Unit. That's the one that they butchered So when they tried to kill that guy, where he basically wouldn't die, and they tortured him for, I don't know, like 6 hours or however long that happened in like 2014, 13. I don't remember, bro. It was a long time ago when I was in prison, but I was on that yard when it happened. They locked the whole yard down. Everything got weird. Yeah, yeah. They came around, locked everything down, and I'm like, hey, what happened? And they're like, hey, it's all bad. And they locked us down for 2 weeks because they thought that the yard was going to kick off because the rumor mill. Oh, they're torturing him. Let's get him. Inhumane treatment. Yeah. I mean, the dude was going to die anyway, so. Some Nordic music. I'll get back to that. I'm really liking this boom, boom, boom song. This is my shit right here. I know they say Jew. We know we didn't expect better behavior from you Jews, but I wish they would have put like Israelis or Zionists or something in there and not that. That's the only critique that I have of this song. You know what I mean? Could you bomb kids in self-defense if they try to bomb you first? I mean, if that's what makes you sleep better at night thinking like that, sure. It's like the fucking circular logic trying to justify bombing kids. I don't think you can get around that at all, but no country, state, or people have any grounds to stand on and say anything about that because, frankly, the U.S. bombs kids. China bombs. I don't know if China bombs anybody, but Russia's bombing kids. Ukraine, we're bombing kids. You know, everybody's bombing kids. That's what happens in war. America is going to shit. America already is shit. So, what do you think we're going to talk about? Kids aren't launching bombs. Diaper bombs. We're going to watch your favorite retard. Ozempic for all grifting. Yeah, we're gonna. This is, we're gonna pick on old Brian from Here's the Fag. I mean, here's the deal. Here's the fag. Christopher, bro, we're live on Direct D right now. I'm not. I don't know. I'll put an edited video here about that loser. Oh, Brian from Here's the Fag. Yeah, we're going to point out some inconsistencies, some inadequacies, and some bullshit. I don't know if you guys know, like, who Brian is. High Impact Flicks, and other channels before that. Brian's like a internet conspiracy theorist that just like hates the government and anything to do with it all the way around, and nothing he really says makes any sense. He says a lot of cute like euphemisms and sayings and words and shit, but it's a little contradictory and incorrect. And he says I have a couple videos laid out here, actually. We're not going to watch all of them. We're going to watch parts of all of them, but paint a perspective. You know, Brian doesn't really care about this genre. See, San Joaquin Valley Girl Transparency bitch kind of like invited him to start doing this cop watching YouTube genre channel because High Impact Flicks got demonetized and seriously like algorithm suppression. And that's what happens with all of his shit. He's like an intelligent retard. That's the best way to describe Brian to you. He's an intelligent retard. Yeah, drink that in for a minute. An intelligent retard. So this whole Here's the deal channel was like encouraged by Sam Waqif and promoted initially by him. And it's not really, I mean, this is like a wannabe. This guy's channel is like a wannabe Audit the Audit or Lackluster, but with more conspiracy and nonsense instead of actual education and facts. Does that's probably a good way to describe him. Like a comedy version almost of Audit the Audit or Lackluster. You know, when you watch an Audit the Audit or Lackluster video, you feel educated. You feel like you know what you just watched. You know the dynamics of the situation. You know, I've watched a lot of their videos. They don't bullshit around like, well, one of us is greater than all of us, da 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 da, with all this fucking nonsense to fuck mold your mind and shit. You know what I mean? They just tell you what's up. Who do you like, Mike? You like Brian? Does his brand of crazy resonate with you? Hey, it's going to resonate with some of you. Lackluster as well. Yeah. Yeah, you'll actually learn some shit from their channel. This is like the Temu. Brian, here's the deal. It's like, yeah, the Temu version of Lackluster and Audit the Audit. Some of the shit that he says is so dumb. He's very hypocritical about his stances on things. And it took me a minute to find all these videos because he just fucking dumps content. So is this another dumbass? Yeah, Brian? Yeah. I've never been a fan of Brian's, and that's never been a secret. I mean, we went to New Mexico together, and I didn't say one fucking word to that dude the whole time we were in New Mexico. If he didn't pick up on that, well, I don't know what to tell you, bud. I made it very clear to all my friends when we were there. I don't like that motherfucker. I don't want nothing to do with him. I don't even want to be around him. I don't want to talk to him. He's just a fucking Looney Tunes that's out here grifting off of what we're doing. We're out here trying to support some guy, and this motherfucker's got canceled on his conspiracy theory nonsense channel and then jumped into the First Amendment auditor genre, and now he's out here with us. Like, get the fuck out of here with your lame ass, bro. He's Brian's like another like Tuapri or the other people that have already been on YouTube that it couldn't find success or stability in their genre and then jumped over here to boost their channel or make money or what the fuck ever, dude. Same thing with that dumbass fucking faggot lawyer Eli. Dude, that dude's a retard. He's gonna be a subject in one of my a couple of my live streams because I know a lot of you know this retard Eli. Mister, you need to ask for permission to protest. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, that's gonna be another thing. As I'm gonna start putting some of these lawyers that come on the fucking internet spitting nonsense and misleading you because that's also not good. Fucking dumbass wants to, I'm a lawyer and I'm going to come on the internet and tell you all kinds of stupid shit that's not accurate. Tuapri was entertainment. This fucking nonsense is. Why does Brian have 50K more subs? Because he puts out fucking videos every 12 hours, dude. What are you talking about? Why does San Queef have 300,000 more subs? Why does Long Island Audits have 700,000 more subscribers? Why does Lackluster have 1 million or more? How come Audit the Audit has 1 million or more? God damn it, you got a good question, but why are you asking about the 50,000 one? Better question you should ask is, how come Philip Turner doesn't have 1 million subscribers? How come some of these other dudes that are actually doing some shit correctly, how come they don't have as many as I have, or he has, or Long Island Audits has? Explain that to me instead of coming in here trying to, oh, look, you got 50 more thousand than you. I know what you're trying to do, you stupid fucking bitch. You just need to focus on making sandwiches, babies, or beds, because bitches like you, when you come in here, you try to be funny and shit. That's why you just need to stop and focus on what you're good at. Stay in your lane and in your place. And in this instance, your place is in the kitchen or the bedroom, depending upon what dude you're with. So shut the fuck up. Sandwiches, babies, and beds. That's all you need to be making. Not comments in my chat. I feel like a lot of people forgot the era of this channel where I was pumping out like compilation videos and literally every video, 100,000 views and maybe 500 to 1,000 subscribers per video. Like there was a whole year where I was promoting people's channels. I know where the content is. I know where the money, the views, and the subscribers are at. Okay? I know where that shit's at. I know there's a lot of fucking channels that I can share, and I can make compilations. I can use their videos and make content and do all that shit and get shitloads of views, shitloads of subscribers, and continue the nonsense. I know where that's at. Don't you think it's fucking intentional that I'm doing this? I know my videos are getting 3,000, 4,000 views. You stupid motherfuckers, I've been on YouTube for a hot second now. I know how this shit works. I know where my audience is and what they want to see, and I'm intentionally not giving you that. So miss me with the, you got 50,000, you're not getting enough views. If I put the content out that I built this channel on, I would get the views, but that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is educate you, the viewer, that have put trust in me to educate you throughout the years. And then when I come to a realization, I feel it's important to reel it back a little bit and tell you what I realized. So then you can make educated decisions in the future on how you're going to help and promote other dumbasses doing this. So, whatever. But I can tell you, you really want to know why he has more subscribers? Because he promotes ideologies that I don't. He promotes the right to travel bullshit and not needing a license, and talks about crazy dumb shit that the lunatics in this country actually want to listen to, and they buy into that nonsense. That's the kind of person he is. He feeds into those dumbasses. You know why Long Island Audits has almost 1 million subscribers and I don't? It's because he doesn't cuss and he kisses ass. He licks the whole boot while he's out doing his shit. I don't fucking do that. I never did that. I know that if I turn this shit off, I'm extremely articulate. If I turn the cussing off and I turn my attitude down a little bit and I talk to you calm and we speak on an even level, and it could be very different. But I don't fucking want to do that, okay? That's not who I am. I have a hard time coming up here and fucking acting and not cussing. I like cussing. I like saying fuck. I like saying faggot, and I like saying retard. Bong time. Well, I'm still going to be talking like this after the bong. It doesn't matter. There's a difference with all these channels, okay? I strongly do not promote the shit that he does. So there's people that are fundamentally never going to subscribe to my channel because I don't buy into the stupid mentalities. Fuck it, Chuck with $3. Thank you. You'd be boring. Yeah. I'm just not fooling myself. I'm not going to come up here and act because that just doesn't work well it never has worked well for me. Acting, pretending like I don't know, bro. Yes, sir. Well, no, sir. I can do that, but I don't enjoy that. Load me a bowl, please. All right, I'll put my cigarette out. I watch you every night and you eventually mellow out. I get tired is what happens, yeah. Not a conformist. Oh, no. You know, and I tried to make points and point shit out and like be gentle about all this a long time ago. Point all this shit out, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. This is one of them all the way, both feet in kind of shit. Because you know, I already done tested the water before, and the reactions that I got were just pathetic. They were fucking pathetic, and I know that's a waste of time trying to pussyfoot around. That's why it was like literally a fucking switch. I know a lot of you are thinking, wow, one day this wasn't even on the menu, and then now it's a fucking week of it. Yes, yeah, because there's no point in pussyfooting around. I have the read of the room now. I have the fucking read of the room, and I know what's going on, and I'm good. I'm fucking good, bro. And you know what? I know I'm right about all this because all you little fucking butthole piercing fairy tales are running around in the chats, fucking glazing each other. Yeah. Dude, who have we had? We've had Rights Crispy come in here, cop and please. We've had Old Fag Nation in like cop and please with you, the viewer, when you leave a comment trying to talk to you. You got ASD Docs coming over here. Oh, Andre shouldn't drinks, dumbass, bro. You're a fucking little midget piece of shit. Shut the fuck up, bro. And then he goes over to the drunk fisherwoman's video that he made about me, and he's like, I went over there. Actually, I'm gonna read it to you. I had to take a screenshot of this shit. This is the funniest fucking. He says, I cooked him in his own comment section. He's such a coward. And then somebody's like, I love your voice and work, brother. Keep it up. He's like, thank you. Andre shouldn't drink. Do you guys even remember him? No, because he's fucking irrelevant. That's why you're coming over to my channel, challenging me to a physical confrontation when I've literally never spoken about this dude, never shared his channel, nothing. Nothing. Comes over to and then challenges me to a fight, literally like Chili does, because they're little gay lovers. Looks like it didn't have a good turn. Oh, they already did that? They did the faggot palooza? Oh, shit. That's hilarious, bro. All these Antifa dudes are Looney Tunes. Hey, they're going to start labeling them as Antifa. We're going to go over all that. Antifa's It's not a real thing. I don't think that's a real thing. It's not a gang. It's not a gang. It's not a terrorist organization. It's not the KKK, the Mexican Mafia, the Aryan Brotherhood, the skinheads, the Nazi lowriders, the Border Brothers. It's MS-13, bro. Antifa. Trans Tifa is part of the. Miss me with this. You're not going to convince me of this. This is a Trojan horse for our administration to exercise its federal muscles on the states, and it's kind of like a payback for the sanctuary cities and the governors and the people of those states that the orange man feels like wronged him. There's a lot of political maneuvering and bullshit going on around this. But what you're being fed is a Trojan horse. So we're going to go over that. And I'll explain to you how and how it doesn't make any sense. Because the government can say terrorist organization to you who only even knows these concepts from what you've watched on TV or you heard on the news. You have no idea about what the fuck they're even talking about. So I think it's important. I've been to prison. I've been around actual organizations. I know what they fucking look like. I know what they talk like, what they act like. And I need to tell you that this is not what's happening. This is a Trojan horse to exercise control over the country right now. And you need to fucking pay attention to that. Don't cheer it on because you don't understand what's happening. They're trying to criminalize burning the flag. They're trying to criminalize protesting and rioting are getting melded into the same thing. They're attacking the National Lawyers Guild. Okay? This is important. Very fucking important. Yeah, Antifa is the idea of that is real. Yeah, there are people that congregate together under the idea of being anti-fascism, and then they go and they protest and shit. But there's people that do that and then throw bricks and attack motherfuckers, and those people, it's not a group, dude. It's an idea that a whole bunch of people group around. Do you understand? And there's always bad apples in the group. And those bad apples are what the federal government is latching onto right now to call it a fucking terrorist organization and do whatever they want. Yeah, literally trying to strip away all American rights and freedom. It sounds crazy, right? I'm just a felon with tattoos that is talking about conspiracy theories. That's because that's all this is. It's all this is until it happens. Until it fucking happens, and then you're like, damn, Chris was right. Whew. It's all under the hand of the Zionists. See, Bear, I didn't want to go there yet, but you're not wrong. And you can connect dots with the National Lawyers Guild and how the National Lawyers Guild has showed up to the Free Palestine protests that have happened at the college campuses, that have shut down college campuses. Yeah, it's weird that they're going after the National Lawyers Guild. but not so much when you understand the power plays happening here. Okay, it's there's a lot of influence from Israel, but we're not going to get on that rant tonight. We're going to watch. Here's the deal: talk about nonsense and contradict himself. Stupid fat ass. Listen, if you guys have videos that you've watched and it's made your eyebrows raise, like, hey, what the fuck? Send it to me. Send it to me. I might watch it live and point out what you saw live. Point out what you saw live. Because if it made you ask questions or think about something like, that probably is going to make me do the same thing. And then if that's the case, then a lot of other people should be thinking the same thing. You know, I've been trying over the last year or longer to call out and police ourselves, just like we asked the cops to do. Because I think that's fair. If you're going to ask the cops to investigate themselves, police themselves, find each other guilty and shit, then you should be willing to do it yourself. And this is a big element of that. And if the whole idea is you know, activism around the 1A, then you got to be taken serious, bro. You got to be taken serious. And if you're not policing yourselves, you're not being taken serious. You know what's sad? Here's something funny. You guys talk shit about me for being in prison. A lot of you do. But the convicts that I was in prison with policed themselves better than these First Amendment activists. The convicts don't hang out with sex offenders. The convicts don't hang out with rats. The convicts don't hang out with woman beaters. They don't hang out with fucking weirdos, lames. They don't associate because they understand that it affects their image and it affects their authority in the prison system. And I left prison with this mentality, and that's why I'm going so hard to the paint right now, is because I believe in that, and that mentality will never leave me. If we're in a group mentality, you need to police yourself in the group if you want people outside of the group to take you serious. Now, it depends on what kind of serious we're talking about. In this instance, it's trust and whatever the fuck else. In prison, it's authority and power, and you know what I mean? So That's why I have such strong feelings about this. Is I have seen murderers and thieves, convicts, have more structure and respect for themselves than you motherfuckers. That's wild. That's pretty wild. If you actually think about that, that's pretty crazy. I mean, that's a good way to put it for people to understand, because I know I have convicts that watch this, and even if you're not a convict, there's so many documentaries and shit made about the structure and how we don't fuck with sex offenders, bro. We don't fuck with weirdos that beat women and dismember people and shit. Like, you ain't part of the group, homie. You ain't part of the group because of the optics. How is a white gang going to have any other gang in prison take them serious if you're fucking hanging out with chomos? Bro, what? That's what I don't get about this. As soon as somebody gets identified as a piece of shit on that kind of level, dude, every single channel should post or make a video, go live, or say something about it, because that means all of you just made him a pariah and you outed him immediately to all of your subscribers, and then you don't fucking talk about him again after that. in the 90s, Texas chomos were being beaten, bro. They're lucky to leave the yard with their lives. They're on their own. They got their own prison yards in Arizona. They can't be around us in Arizona. Convicts would release the files. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever, bro. Whatever, little homie. Uh-oh. Hell yeah. Hey, that's some of the best news right there too. The Lost Prophets. You guys remember Lost Prophets singer? He one of the most prolific child predators that has been in the music industry. Got smoked in prison. Yeah. That's a death you can cheer right there. That's a death you can cheer on right there. Because he was going to get out. He was going to get out, and that was going to continue. He was going to do it again. That's a subhuman piece of shit that doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as me and you. He was going to do it again. So, round of applause for whatever convict fucking snuffed his life out so he couldn't terrorize any more children. Yeah. Fuck that dude. Somebody smoked his ass for us. They say, how many children do you think that person saved? It doesn't matter, because even if it was only one, it was enough. Yeah, you shouldn't be cheering people's death on. People. Shouldn't be cheering people's death on. Sexual perverts and predators of women and children are not people. They're subhuman creatures that do not deserve to inhale oxygen and life. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to handle this hookah. Fuck it, Chuck with $10. I've been in prison on 2 continents, and convicts have more honor than our Congress. Yeah. Respect, too. Inglewood Ron. You know what's funny? You bring that up, city halls, and please tell me what that accomplishes. It doesn't, and actually, it has a negative effect. And I'm gonna see about talking to somebody specific about that, bringing them up on the channel, and giving you a perfect fucking example from somebody themselves. Yeah. I'm just going to be vague for now. Yeah, what it accomplishes, I don't know. Hey, fuck it, Chuck. Instead of just giving your money away, you can go to my website, buy some stickers or something. I know buying a sticker doesn't get your chat highlighted, but get something for your money. I do appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. Who's going to bitch about free money? But I do offer products so we can make an exchange. Because I'm not homeless, bro. I don't, you know what I mean? Tomcat, I'll clean that bong and ship it to you for $1,000. I'm just kidding. I won't do that. I like that bong. I'm not getting rid of it. Until I drop it and I break it, then I'll get rid of it. Window shopping, post office, city halls, yeah. It's you got to be careful not to lump them all in there. So there are actual local investigations that are going on where people are going to city halls and town meetings, and they're having a small effect locally. Like Nottingham Erie County is a good example. He's got a lot of small little things, like a sign removed here, a pumpkin patch opened, and a mayor arrested, little shit like that. Investigating the Buffalo School District and shit. There's nothing wrong with that. It's when you actually don't have a reason and you're just, I'm here gathering content for a story. That's the bullshit tagline right there. That's the fucking bullshit tagline. I'm gathering content first. No. What you're doing is you're farming content for YouTube videos, and you're hoping that they call the police on you so you can farm that interaction, because you know that the viewers that watch your shit hate the cops. So if the cops show up, whatever else you're doing, it kind of gets diluted, because now, the dirty cops are here. But you brought them. You brought them. That's been my whole bitch the whole time, is you fucking brought them. If the cops are going to come, they need to come because you're there doing like a legitimate investigation and somebody's being a Karen. You know what I mean? Don't go there farming content trying to get the cops to show up. That shit's stupid as fuck, dude. Stupid as fuck. Like, you're causing the problem. That's why I didn't like ever going in buildings and shit. That's why I went to cop watches, is because I'm showing the cops are already over there. They're already over there, homie. That's not why you watch. Why do you watch? To be educated? You're not being educated by that form of content. If you want to watch to be educated, go watch Audit the Audit or Lackluster. If you want to watch to actually learn something, go watch a channel that's actually trying to teach you something instead of trying to farm your emotions for content. It's really hard to make the arguments that I'm saying and the shit that I'm saying for Audit the Audit and Lackluster's channel, isn't it? They're not out there bothering anybody. They're getting content sent to them, and it's extremely educational. What can you bitch about with that? Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, I'm okay with being wrong, but I don't hear anybody's telling me or saying that I'm wrong. You want to be educated, go watch the educational channels. I try to do that kind of shit. It's funny that that doesn't even matter. John Lang too. There's not as much effort that goes into John Lang. Audit the Audit and Lackluster are where, your average mom and pop are actually going to learn some shit. They're going to turn a video off having learned something that they didn't know. Can you say that with some of this other, let's fuck talking about other people. Let's talk about mine. What did people learn with the flashlight shit? It gets brought up a lot, and I'll bring it up myself. What did I teach anybody with the flashlight thing? That you can do it. That it's not illegal. That it's funny. But did you actually learn anything? Or did I just farm your fucking emotions for clicks and content and ultimately revenue? Huh? Did you learn anything there? You know why you like that shit? Is because you hate the cops. You hate the government. So when I go out and I fuck with them like that, you like it. You cheer it on because it's like, yeah, they're getting what they deserve. They do it to us. Like, I know the fucking mental gymnastics that are happening when I do. I completely understand. There's no education happening there, but it's appeasing and pleasing you because I've weaponized your emotion. I know you don't like them. I know you don't like them. You get it? You see what's happening? You see how this is a problem and how it's a fucking circle. Nothing is being accomplished. No rights are being stood up for. I didn't protect anybody's rights. As a matter of fact, they were looking for a way to make that illegal. They were looking for a way to make that so they could fucking arrest me for it. Like, holy shit. You know what I mean? I'm glad I stopped. So they don't got no reason to do that. I learned it is a useful tool, the flashlight. Yeah. It definitely works to piss them off. It's brighter than theirs. It's cool. It's funny, but it's not accomplishing anything. And if we're going to be doing activism, the goal is to accomplish some shit. If you're not accomplishing some shit, you're fundamentally failing at being an activist. So you're either lying or you don't understand what you're doing or you're lying, basically. Does nothing. And that's sad. It's really sad. If cops leave me alone, I'll leave them alone, but fuck around and find out. Yeah. I thought you were entertaining, and I just kept getting more amazed at the spy v spy type tactics. When I was out recording? Yeah. What do you think you're seeing right now? Worse than now. Yeah, Johnny, I already know. None of this auditing, cop watching is going to change anything. There's other stuff happening on such a higher level and larger scale that this shit's on the back burner as far as effectiveness. If you really step back and you look at shit, there's a lot of elements of American civilization that have an activist type mind frame, and this element, this genre on YouTube is like the least effective on a larger scale for America as a whole. Maybe locally it's effective for, that local administration's term or whatever, but in the bigger picture, no, not effective. But I'm gonna stop bumping my gums because I've been already live for like an hour.
My freedom to travel down the road.
So yeah, we're gonna watch. Oh my God, Brick, dude. the guy that Brian's talking to is a complete moron, and you'll understand that once he starts talking, basically.
Can be infringed upon as a necessary evil as these people exercise their right to protest. That's your argument, right?
Sometimes, not all the time.
Forcing somebody and limiting their freedom of movement is not an aspect of tyranny?
Not always.
When is it not?
Safety, real safety, true safety.
Do you know
Right.
the safety of the people is the alibi of tyrants? Rick, I'm glad you're saying this because basically you're exposing yourself on a live stream. You are literally for sometimes
Brian, are there
tyranny.
real-
You'd be a great cop. You have the mentality of a cop. Okay, quick background on this video. This is a call-in conversation that I had on a recent live stream. The discussion centers around a video I uploaded called Police Chaos in Kentucky, where protesters, angered by the actions of ICE agents who, in their opinion, unlawfully arrested and detained a member of the community, blocked a bridge between Kentucky and Ohio.
This game, you're not ready for it.
What in the shit? Hold on, I gotta switch accounts. We need YouTube Premium. I'm not watching ads.
My freedom to travel down the road can be in freedom of movement is not an aspect of tyranny?
Not always.
When is it not? Yourself, I uploaded called Police Chaos in Kentucky, where protesters, angered by the actions of ICE agents who, in their opinion, unlawfully arrested and detained a member of the community, blocked a bridge between Kentucky and Ohio. My contention in the video is that the angry people have the freedom to exercise their right to protest, but they don't have the right to block traffic and infringe on the free movement of others while they're protesting. In other words, I don't have the right to infringe on your rights, even if I think my cause is worthy or just.
And he'll cheer on cops ramming people in the street. But your freedom of movement, your freedom of travel, Brian, you fundamentally don't understand this thing. You don't get it. That's your feet, a skateboard, a bike, moped, whatever, dude, a scooter. You know what I mean? A scooter. You have freedom to travel on that shit. You need a license to be on the road. See, Brian spits this nonsense that you have a right to get in a car and drive around. Yeah, you can use a horse too. But you don't. You don't have a right to do this shit. And it's never been that way. And I think it's weird that people like him that consider themselves educated like perpetuate this bullshit. Because if you do your own research, you don't even have to listen. Just do your own fucking research. It's very easy to come to you have to jump through some serious mental hula hoops to believe the bullshit that this dude believes. Fuck it, Chuck with 10 doll hairs. I am walking away, building a shanty boat and going to live on the water. Fuck it. You think you own your house? LOL. Don't pay your property tax rent and see what happens. Yeah, you ain't wrong. Yeah, I have the right to freedom of travel, and I demand a helicopter.
So this is Brick. Brick is going to try to make the case that sometimes it's okay to infringe on the rights of others for reasons. And it gets really bizarre, so you're going to want to stay with it to the end. Brick was next. Let's see. Brick, what's up?
Yeah, this conversation on both sides is very bizarre.
How you doing?
What's up, brother man?
What you got, man?
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding and perhaps define terms a little bit. When you're saying protesting, I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're meaning, because you mentioned that, our rights stop where someone else's begins and vice versa. And so I would say that there are times when protest may be necessary, and that exists where violations are occurring, and it may actually be necessary. What's called the necessary evil. I know that people say it's, and you are one for saying that it's not necessary. If it's evil, it's not necessary.
Let me understand what you're saying. Are you saying it's okay for some people to exercise their rights sometimes, even if it violates somebody else's rights?
Yes.
Because that's why I'm against cops, because they feel like, oh, it's necessary. We got to give them a speeding ticket. If they continue speeding, they're going to put the safety at risk. It's necessary to interfere with this person's life and get their ID because they look suspicious. So let me give you a chance here. Go ahead and lay out the case. You got the floor.
Yeah. So there's social doctrine, right? So every ship needs a captain. It's even built within the theory of law and rights, right?
I have a problem with this mentality right here. I don't like cops because they issue tickets that I don't agree with because it's part of their job structure. I don't agree with the tickets either, but to tie that to a dislike for the police is Looney Tunes, folks. And let me paint the picture in a different perspective here. Do you hate all doctors? No, of course not. But I'm sure that if I start talking about certain procedures and things in the medical realm that doctors do that are seen as not good, but that happens. Why aren't we all hating doctors now? Why don't you hate all doctors? I maybe he does hate all doctors. I don't know. But I'm using this because most people do not have the same feeling for a doctor versus the cops. You know what I'm saying? So what's like abortions? It takes a doctor to do an abortion. Okay. And there are a lot of women that, or a lot of women and men that have very strong feelings about this kind of shit. Right. And a lot of those people don't like the cops. So how come you don't hate all doctors? Because, some of them do abortions and that's part of their job. Make that make sense to me. This is where you lose me with your Looney Tunes shit. Well, because they issue tickets, we just got to hate all the cops.
Right. And so there are times when someone who has violated natural rights, that their natural rights may be taken just simply based on the fact that they have forfeited them. Right. And it's their choice. It's by their choice that they have done this, or even possibly by mistake.
Can you give like a real world example?
Yeah, manslaughter. Manslaughter is one of those things where, yes, it's unfortunate that we have to lock you up.
What?
What are you talking about? Give me the details on that.
So if you accidentally hit somebody with your car.
Okay.
Yeah. If you accidentally hit somebody with your car, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to do some time for that, in my opinion.
That's not even how that works. This is part of the problem with people like Brian's channel. Brian, this is a way that you probably never thought about this, but when you spout your nonsense and you say all this dumb shit that is not true or just doesn't really make any sense, people like Brick buy into it and their understanding of things becomes warped. Listen to this fucking idiot, dude. It's because he listens to people like you. It's because he watches other channels that spout fucking nonsense about how, well, you'll be a free man, and then you got your straw man, and then you don't need a license, and then sometimes it's okay to go to prison for this. This dude has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. And it's because of motherfuckers like you. You pander this dumbass fucking status bullshit that you talk about all the time, but you're not doing anything. You're making shit worse. As a matter of fact, you're not trying to fix. You have a problem with the system, but you have no solutions. And some of these idiots will say, well, let's just have no government and we'll do the anarchy thing and then we'll figure it out amongst ourselves. But most of them can't even get along in business ventures. How the fuck are you going to do that? Like, what are you even talking about? Most of you are so delusional, and your hate for the government and any form of what you see as control over you is so strong that you have lost sight of reality. You have lost sight of reality. Anarchy or us helping each other and doing this shit, that's not going to ever happen in our lifetime, our children's lifetime, or their children's lifetime. It's never going to happen. So you're on a perpetual wheel of fucking nothing. You're beating your head against the wall and saying, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. But you have no solutions. You just cry. And then you confuse idiots like this that completely go bonkers and delusional with what they understand or what they think they understand. It's sad. It's sad. That's really what happens.
But that's apples and oranges to what the protesters are doing. The protesters are actually violating the rights of people who didn't harm anybody. They just want to be left alone. They want to travel down the highway, but now the road is blocked off by protesters. So I'd like to keep it.
So lick the boots. What are you talking about, bro? What are you fucking talking about? This dude will sit up here and complain about some shit, but he'll never run for office. He'll never get into an authoritative position where he can have an effect. And that's where I get hung up on shit, is because if I want to have an effect on something, I'm going to fucking get involved in it, because I've been in prison, dude. I know how, I've owned businesses. I know how it works. You want to have an effect on something, you have to be involved in it. And sit here and crying about it all the time does nothing. Does fucking nothing. You just lick the boots, just give in. Just fucking, no, don't give in, you stupid fucks. Those of you in the chat, you can run for office. You have these things that you want to change. Well, fucking put your money where your mouth is and do something about it instead of crying or promoting bullshit that does also nothing. Like, it's what? Just lick? No. Do some shit. Do some shit that actually has an effect. Okay? This doesn't. Cop watching what I was doing doesn't. Auditing doesn't. That's the point. Do you get it? That's the point.
Apples in the apple basket and the oranges in the orange basket. Okay. And that kind of took it one orange out and put it in the apple basket. So
that's an extreme example. I agree.
Well, it's not a good example, though, because the guy who did the manslaughter, whether he did it accidentally or not, took somebody else's rights, and in this case, a life away.
Exactly.
So when is it right for somebody to use their rights to infringe on the rights of somebody else who hasn't harmed anybody or threatened to harm anybody?
And so to take it down to the protesting, right? So a city that is failing because the citizens have not acted appropriately and taken action prior to the failing of the city, right? So let's say give me an
example of a failing that you might be referring to.
So a mayor's voted in, say, right? Because citizens weren't at the polls, let's say, right? And
Chuck, you're not hearing me. Be involved. How about just standing up for your rights? Running for some form of office, some kind of political seat to actually do something is the biggest form of being involved and standing up for your rights. What? Holding a cell phone and having a YouTube channel is peanuts, homie. Fucking peanuts. That's the biggest form of it. That's really putting your fucking mouth. You're putting your mouth where your money is right there. This is not. This is not standing up for your rights. As a matter of fact, anybody that listens to this shit is going to become stupider. That's why we're watching it, so I can point that out to you. We have watched 5 minutes of this so far, and have you learned? I feel dumber. I'm sure you do too, is the point. Chuck is a perfect example of somebody that just hates the government and the police. This is evident by his continued crying about tyrants and cops and standing up for your rights. You're not processing anything that I'm saying, because you're one of the people that I'm talking about that gets used by these channels. Your hate for the police and the government is fucking oozing out of my chat right here, bro. I can see it. This is a psychological thing. When they do this, it's for your rights. That triggers that. Don't you understand how that... I have a psych doc in my channel, right? Dr. Scrolls, tell him, please put some educational context to what I'm saying in the chat for this motherfucker. So weaponization of your emotions. Can you describe what I'm talking? I mean, I know who Dr. Scrolls is. I'm not going to tell you who he is, but I know who he is. That dude's fucking legit. He's an actual doctor. Tell him what I'm talking about. Please help me out here. Just quit trolling and fucking tell him some shit. Quit playing mind games as a psych doc. That dude's legit as fuck. Of this guy's before Tomcat. Yeah, well. I was trolling too much. People like Chuck don't understand that their deep-seated hate for the government and the police is what a lot of these channels are using to get you to watch and click and donate. And then the next element of that, because, okay, so what? You know, it's entertainment. Well, when you're touting yourselves as activists and trying to promote change, and you're not doing that, but you're weaponizing people's feelings and their emotions against the government and the police, that's a problem. That's grifting. Now we're preying on people's feelings and their emotions for a profit. There's nothing wrong with profiting off of this if you're actually changing and doing something. I want to be clear about that. If you're actually doing some shit, there's nothing you need to make money doing it. If there's progress, but there's no progress. It's just a fucking, it's a spin cycle. A spin cycle, and you all keep throwing your laundry in, and nothing's happening. These guys are trained by the audience, and they don't do real activism because of the algorithm. Yeah. Training on both sides. Yep. Saw behind blue eyes. What up, girl? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Ding, 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 ding. Pretty soon I'm going to do live streams. I'm going to have a country accent because I live out in the middle of nowhere. I'm just going to start adopting the mountain man persona. Busy making changes. Hell yeah. My X account handle is right there. Yeah, for real. Those kind of wishes they could. Directy is brainwashed. It's coming through. Seriously discrediting himself. I was with him until he tacked traveling without a license. He's absolutely wrong. You fucking idiot, dude. I was with you up until you didn't believe in my delusions. Now you suck and you're crazy. Yeah, right on. You're very small majority here, homie. I promise you, most of the people in the chat right now have a driver's license and insurance and registration and think that you are cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Oh man, I bought into that bullshit for a little while, and then I did my own research, and it's not a thing. Tribalism at its best. Hey, for real. Oh, you don't believe what I believe? Oh, you're crazy. You're not my friend anymore. We're enemies, actually. What the fuck? You done lost your mind, homie. You could have sat in the chat and had a polite disagreement back and forth for the rest of the stream. But you got in your feelers, in your little fifis, and that's why you got blocked and you're not able to chat anymore. We know about people like you. You're not interested in dialogue. You have a tribalistic mentality. You want me to believe in that you can travel around with a license, and then when I confront your belief, it becomes uncomfortable for you, and you don't want to associate anymore. That's literally fucking tribalism, you fuck.
And they weren't doing the checks and balances that they were required to do. And so he puts in individuals that he likes, but they're very tyrannical, right? And so it's a failing of the citizens, in my opinion, that they've allowed this thing to happen. And so in that case, now citizens who really don't even have a chance, who aren't aware, begin to be violated. And then turnabout comes where they are out there protesting. And now the citizens who voted for this tyrannical system, the ones that are on their way to work and put these votes in, at that point, now they're suffering because of the fact that they themselves created the system. So it's a turnaround.
Let me give you let me give you the benefit of,
right?
Yeah, but I don't agree with it. Let me give you the benefit of the doubt on this. Let's say there are 1,000 people on the road trying to get to work, trying to get to the hospital, just trying to drop kids off at soccer or whatever. And 999 of them voted for these policies that you say brought on this protest that blocked the roads. But one of them didn't. That one person, if that one person was blocked off because of the voting policy, the policies that were brought on by the 999 voters, that's evil. If there was just one person, and I doubt.
That's inconvenient. Brian, don't weaponizing that word evil. I've heard you use that word on cops that shoot and kill people too. So do we equate the same thing as somebody being blocked that didn't vote for something that's blocking them become evil and equivalent to a cop killing somebody? This is more manipulation. This is to get you to agree with this point. And let's be clear. Let's be clear again. Yeah. Let's be clear that it's just manipulation. Yeah, I know. I think people that block the street during protests are annoying as fuck. But you'll never hear me cheering on anybody that rams through them and runs them over, whether they're a private citizen, civilian, or a police officer or government stooge. I'm never going to be okay with that. I don't think it's okay to cause physical injury because your momentum was interrupted and you've been delayed. As annoying and stupid as that is, I'm never going to agree with using violence in that instance. And I've seen him cheer that on when the protesters in Nevada were blocking the street for the climate shit. He was like cheering on the fucking cops ramming them. I hate the fucking, I hate the climate protesters. Yeah.
That the majority of those people even voted for the policies that made the protesters do what they did. So my contention is nobody's right. And I want to bring it around to this. An injustice against one person anywhere is an injustice against all people everywhere. So even if 0.001% didn't vote that brought those policies and therefore the protest.
No. I can't agree with you there. Can't agree with you there, Brian, because your idea of what an injustice is greatly differs from mine. You find injustice under your bed covers when you go to fucking sleep at night, if it's too cold or some shit. And I'm not going to feel the same way. So to group us all in like that, that's more manipulation. I don't agree with you. Just like I don't agree that all men were created equal. You guys are not equal to me. Not at all. I don't think so.
Protesters to block that road. That is an injustice that cannot be tolerated by anybody. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that. I believe that all injustice is still injustice.
But you're saying that it's good to commit some injustices because sometimes it's necessary. I thought that's what your argument was.
Revolution, right? Specifically our Revolutionary War that is documented in history, that these men did some pretty terrible things. They had to do some pretty egregious things.
To who? The British?
Sure.
But the British were violating their rights. They were fighting back. This isn't what like I said, let's stay with the protester example. Mm-hmm. Do you agree that protesters should be able to, if policies are bad and people voted in, do you believe that it's okay for protesters exercising their unalienable rights should violate the rights of others in protesting?
He likes to talk in absolutes because he's a fucking Sith Lord, homie. You ain't picked up on that yet? Only the Sith deal in absolutes.
So rights.
Freedom.
Change.
The freedom to travel. The freedom to travel. Everyone's got the freedom to travel.
Freedom to travel.
I don't believe we have rights. I think it's more accurate to say you don't have the right.
I don't believe in rights.
To infringe. I don't believe we have rights. I think it's more accurate to travel.
Freedom to travel.
I don't believe we have rights.
Freeman doesn't believe you have rights. He doesn't believe you have rights. So what are we doing? What are you standing up for? Chuck? What he just said kind of defeats your whole argument you've been having right here. Standing up for your rights. He doesn't even believe that you have any, homie.
I think it's more accurate to say you don't have the right to infringe on somebody else's freedom. It's right. It's better to say the negative because you can actually prove it. And all you have to do is ask that person the question, do you want somebody infringing on your rights? The answer is going to be no if they're sober-minded and sane and not lying. So it's not that we have rights, but nobody's got the right to take away your freedoms. You agree with that, right?
Freedoms, right. I believe that that's a better word for it, right? Liberties even, right? So you have a liberty, but your liberty cannot infringe upon someone else's liberty.
Right, but you said at the beginning of this conversation that sometimes that's necessary, and you call it a necessary evil. So are you rethinking that, or do you still stand by it?
No, for rights, because rights are law, right? Whereas liberty is not.
Well, I'd like to get away from rights. I'm just talking about my freedom to travel down the road. And you're based on what you said at the beginning of the conversation, is my freedom to travel down the road can be infringed upon as a necessary evil as these people exercise their right to protest. That's your argument, right?
Well, that's such a dumbass way to put that, as a necessary evil. No, your movement forward is being infringed because there are stupid fucks in the road. And then, you know, what? You want to be able to run them over? You think, like, this dude's so against the torture cuffs and the dungeon. And those of you that watch this shit, you've heard him say that bullshit. The torture cuffs in the dungeon, but he will immediately be okay with the cops running out there and arresting people standing in the road because they're interrupting his momentum forward. I can't get my head wrapped around this one. Oh, Brian. Debbie, that's what the point I'm making. I'm help me understand. Help me understand. What do you mean help you? Help me fucking understand this shit. I don't. Come on, man. What? I'm the stoner. Remember that, folks. Never forget that I sit here and smoke weed the whole time, or hookah, sorry. Smoke weed the whole time. It doesn't matter, really.
Sometimes, not all the time.
And you're saying that it's okay to commit injustice against one man anywhere, and you're willing to accept that injustice that happens to that one man is going to spill onto all men everywhere. So rather than speak out for that one person who's getting his rights violated, you're saying, "Oh, sorry to tell you, I think you should get your freedoms trampled on and infringed upon."
No, I'm saying that there's a point where certain men forfeit their rights because they didn't take proper action prior. It's a forfeiting of your rights.
So you know it is a form of tyranny to obstruct the travel of a free man, right? It is a form, an aspect of tyranny. It's an oppression. It's
Whoa! Jesus Christ! And now we've gone all the way off the fucking ledge with this. What? Bro, it's annoying. Holy shit. If you are forced to use your brakes and come to a complete stop because there are human beings in the road while you are doing 45 miles an hour on your travels, this is an injustice. This is fucking tyranny. Bro, You like the elevation of it, right? Tyranny, the shit that he's saying has like serious consequences. You know what I mean? Like wars get fought over that shit. You're gonna get like crazy because somebody's making you late for your dinner. Two good reasons not to reproduce. Nobody has it without direct cause. Oh, wow. Yeah. This is the kind of motherfuckers that would, shoot you if you get in the way or just hit you. I'm not far off here. Joe, let's be clear. You just have a different belief system than I do. I don't think that it's okay to use violence because I'm being delayed in my movement. Now, if I get stopped and somebody tries to attack my fucking vehicle or something, yeah, I'm going to run your ass over. But just because you're in the road, just because you're there and you're causing an inconvenience to my travel, you think it's okay to be violent? Because that's what he's talking about is violence. You're crazy. You'll never get me to agree with that. And that's not how the law works either. A bunch of fucking weirdos, dude. I'll never get with you on that. Never ever.
It's an unwelcome oppression.
Well, no, that's not accurate. Just because your freedom to travel, your liberty actually to travel is blocked, that doesn't mean that now it's an oppression.
If you want to,
as stupid as this motherfucker is, that he's right.
Travel from A to B and somebody blocks you from doing it, that's not an oppression?
No, not always. Not always. So
when is it not? Wait, Brick, when is it not?
So we're human beings, right? And so we have a conscientious.
When is it not? Okay, there's a protest walking down the road, and they're going to go to the other side of the road, and they decide to cross in the middle of the road, and you have to come to a stop for 5 minutes as they maybe 10, 20 minutes as they cross, and some of them stand there and hold signs and yell, and then they move across the road, and you've been delayed. You're going to call that an oppression that you can use violence for? Yeah, no, that's not okay. Tell me that makes sense. Now, I know the examples that he's using is people that are like literally sitting in the street holding hands and shit. But he said, give you an example. I just gave you an example of when it's not an oppression. That's not oppression. You're gaslighting the situation and trying to make it all the same.
Civic duty to each other. So as human beings, we might move aside to let somebody pass.
No. Let's stick with what your scenario is. Brick wants to go to the store. Brian and his team of ghouls, 5 team of ghouls, is going to block you from going to the store. And I say, well, this is one of those times where you're just going to have to give up your rights because it's necessary evil.
Well, I say fucking turn your ass around and go to a different street. Because there's not one route to the fucking store, dumbass. Instead of using some common sense and logic and, all right, you want to sit in the fucking road. I'm sure you're not sitting in the road over here. I'm going to just turn around. I'm in a car. Instead of running you over or encouraging the cops to come and put you in jail. I don't agree with you blocking my route, but I'm not going to agree with using force, whether it's through the government or yourself. These are the kind of idiots that'll get out to try and like physically move somebody or run them over. And then if they get out, then that's when a confrontation starts. And one of these is going to get shot or hurt, like, because we're in fucking America, don't touch me. So your scenarios just don't work for me here. Turn the fuck around and find a different way to get to the store, dumbass.
People, you're saying that's okay.
In that scenario, maybe me or you as Brian trying to travel to the store don't understand what's going down over there at the store and don't understand.
What could possibly be going down that gives me the right to infringe on your freedom of movement?
I mean, it could be some type of stick up going on, a hostage situation.
So you're not free to put yourself in a stick up situation. If you're not free to put yourself, this is Brick. This is why I have a Here's the Deal channel, because I am against the kind of mentality you're conveying right here.
No.
You're actually saying for the safety of Brick, going to the supermarket, he doesn't understand. There's a stick up. There's a mass shooting event going on there, and we're going to keep him safe. That's tyranny. I don't want you to keep me safe. I want to be, if I'm not free to put myself in a dangerous situation, I'm not free, right?
I mean, you can walk right off the ledge if you'd like, but we put guardrails.
I hate it when I have to agree with an idiot like Brick. I really do. I fucking hate it, dude. You want to be able to... This motherfucker. This is why I understand a lot of the arguments I've seen in the chats over the years. I understand a lot of the arguments I've seen in the chats. I understand, like, humanity needs guardrails. I get that. I really do. I get it. I mean, this kind of mentality, it's cool to believe that yourself. But when you're putting it on the internet, you're kind of convincing people of the same shit, and that makes it dangerous for shit. What's that kid's name that died at a traffic stop where he didn't have a driver's license and he had a gun on him and all that? And there's been a bunch of others, but that's one of the more recent ones. It's this dangerous, perpetuated ideologies that I saw it on Here's the Deal that I should be able to move freely through your mass shooting event. Fuck you. How do you even make this argument? Chase Allen, there you go. Yep. Yep. Chase Allen. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's there for a reason. Like,
So you're
Do
for
we-
tyranny. You're actually making an argument for tyranny sometimes when somebody feels like infringing on
would
your
you
rights.
would you say that there are some people who don't know what's best for them?
No, answer my question. You're saying tyranny and oppression and limiting freedom of
not
movement
saying-
is sometimes okay.
Not
So what's the argument there? He says tyranny. You're okay with tyranny. You say that cops are terrorists, but you say that your freedom to move forward is tyranny, but you would call the cops to remove the people that are causing the tyranny to move. You would call more terrorists, or you would just be violent yourself. Dude, I can't wrap my head around what your fucking argument here is. This is so all over the place and you make zero sense. This makes zero fucking sense. So, okay, you got protesters in the road. We're driving. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, we can't move forward anymore. The oppression that I feel is horrible. The tyranny. Officers, terrorists, please remove the other tyranny, and then I can continue. So there's no more tyranny. Or I'm going to do my own tyranny and just fucking mangle everybody that's in my way because that's not the law, but I'm going to do it anyway. I don't understand what the fuck we're talking about right now. This is why I don't like these motherfuckers. Why I think this is a big charade to get money, to clicks and views. This is a clicks and views channel right here. This motherfucker don't even go out and do nothing, and he's not educating you. He's confusing the fuck out of you with all this nonsense.
not saying that. No.
But you're not willing to admit that forcing somebody and limiting the freedom of movement is not an aspect of tyranny.
Not always.
Call the terrorists.
When is it not?
Safety, real safety, true safety.
Do you know
Right.
the safety of the people is the alibi of tyrants? You know that politicians.
Well, then
and
we're our
private
own tyrants.
Governors. What?
Then we are our own tyrants. We put clothing on. We shield ourselves behind a windshield of a vehicle. We do all sorts of things for safety. This is just one aspect of reality.
Wait a minute. Why are you conflating things? You can do things for your own safety and you can take risks, and that's all on you. But I don't have a say over keeping you safe. I don't have authority over you.
So if I pay the guy to build a parapet, then that is me, but also the other guy that I paid to build a safety net. It's a parapet. There's nothing wrong with
Frick,
providing a little bit of safety.
Frick, you're making no sense. Are you
How?
for or against tyranny?
I'm against tyranny.
But sometimes it's okay.
No.
Are you
Nah.
for the infringement of rights or against the infringement of rights?
I'm not for the infringement of rights.
But sometimes it's okay to infringe and get in the way of a guy who wants to move forward, you said.
Oh, look.
Right?
As
No,
you
yes,
say.
yes or no? You
No,
did
no,
say that.
No. You're
No.
mistaking.
No, I'm not. You literally said, and I asked you twice, you literally said sometimes it's okay to get in somebody's way and restrict their movement. And then you said for safety. And now you're backing out of it.
False dichotomy. Yeah. This is word twisting. This is word smithing to put himself in an elevated position using words like tyranny and then talking about scenarios where it generally wouldn't fit. Yeah. This is complete fucking bullshit. I'm making no mistake. JJ Sparky with $10. Screw the left and their BS rough. Keep telling the truth. I stand behind you 100%. This new America is built on lies and cover-ups. Yeah. Screw everybody. Yeah. Yeah, this is word salad. Slavery and totalitarianism. It doesn't actually. Show me a point in the last 5,000 years where the anarchist mentality has prevailed. Can you point to any of that? Your nirvana, your utopia ideology of people working together to build roads and run the country without daddy government and all this nonsense. Point to a time in history when that's been applicable and it worked. Why are you getting upset? You don't have a rebuttal here? What's up? When I get my balls back, I'm willing to have a discussion about it. I paused the video. Well, I'll entertain you. Don't run away. I could be wrong, but I do believe that what we have in America right now has been the most successful form of government that the world has seen since we started documenting these kinds of things and doing them. Can anybody identify a different time where health and safety, all these things that human beings actually care about, was a priority? Because I can't. I'm having trouble here. I'm just drawing references from history because history teaches us a lot. History teaches us a lot. No, I don't want your phone number. Yeah, they're arguing against the most successful form of civilization that we have and have had since we have started documenting these things. Okay, that's where I get hung up with this. And then the solutions that anarchists or other dumbasses have, they're just not logical. They're not logical. It doesn't make sense. That's why we have what we have right now, is because this makes sense and it works. I mean, at least it did. We're starting to fuck some shit up big time, but let's not get lost in the sauce here. It's working, and this is what's been the most successful in history. Why are you arguing against that, dude? I don't get that. And then your counter for anarchists, you can't fulfill those arguments. They're not going to be successful. In small pockets of things, sure. But that's not how we've seen the feudal system. We've seen how the Dark Ages. We've seen how fucking history went, bro. When there wasn't a massive structure on the planet, your life expectancy, you'd be lucky to live to 45. Every day was a struggle to survive. You know what I'm saying? Nobody give a fuck about you. What? You'd have to have 10 kids to have 5 of them survive. Like, what are you even talking about? The working together shit didn't work in the past, and it's not going to work now because we're humans. That's not how humans work. I don't know how else to describe it to you. You want to just shake off all this shit, but you don't have a solution. You don't have a logical explanation to what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and none of that. None of that. And then you tell me when I get my balls back, when I'm telling you to grow some balls and run for office, you don't like what's happening. Your words are ringing hollow in the halls of power. You're not affecting anything. The only way to do that is to physically be in the fucking halls of power, dumbass. And that's to get elected. This crying about shit doesn't fucking do anything. Doesn't do anything. And it's sad that this fucking convicted felon that's done years of his life in prison smoking pot is the one telling you it. You know how sad that is? Fuck, dude. Oh my God. The dynamics here are we're crazy, bro. I'm going to find hold on, where are we at? I'm going to cut that into the beginning of this when I edit this up. That's a good intro right there. Hour 43. Yeah, you guys are tripping. Arguing against what's been successful throughout history. Now, while it is failing and it fucking sucks right now, all you're doing is crying about it. Unity? Bro, no. Unity is what destroys movements. That's a word that gets manipulated. Being too inclusive destroys movements. It destroys organizations. Why do you think fucking jobs have like a check, like a doorkeeper? You got to do a job interview, make sure, you know what I mean? Well, no. Unity is no. Why do you think there's multi-billion-dollar companies and shit? They are exclusive. There is no fucking unity. And they're successful because of that. this whole let's all hold hands and hug trees bullshit. No, because then you get the Chili's and the fucking AFAs and the fucking other dumbasses that just use this shit. They're like, no, you can't. Unity is for fucking weak-minded, soft-brain idiots. Fuck that. Mm-mm. The people that get picked last when you're playing soccer in school, those are the ones that cry about unity. Bro, we're like teetering on almost dropping another 1,000. Oh, we're 8 away from that. Fuck yeah. So if you've been in here and you're subscribed, check your subscriptions right now. You really are getting pissed about what I'm saying. Make sure you nix that subscription. I mean, it's 8 away. So you'll literally see it go from 321 to 320 right now. There's been like a group of 50. Yes, I've been watching this shit like, what the hell is happening? It'll go down to 48, then it'll go back up to 59, like 321,050, 321,048. So if there's 8 of you in here that don't like what I'm saying, fuck off. For real. Liking the channel even more now? Yeah. Yeah, I've just had some realizations about some things, and I don't know, dude. I can't just keep perpetuating the same bullshit once I understand that I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I've been wrong. You know what I mean? Now, while I've tried to educate, most of my videos have some educational shit in it. That didn't do anything. I wasn't doing anything. Yeah, I was educating you, but there's more of a quality education that you'll get on Audit the Audit or Lackluster's channel without the antagonistic bullshit that just weaponizes your emotions, that uses taxpayer, like I cost the taxpayers money in Arizona with all the resources the state has had to use to fuck with me. I don't, maybe Lackluster and Audit the Audit have made police departments use resources because of phone calls and shit. I don't know, but that's like nothing. They haven't done that shit though. Is my point. You know what I mean? There's a lot of negatives that you can draw away from what I was doing that don't apply to that shit. So once I start understanding this, and then the ultimate understanding is that it doesn't affect what's happening right now, I just can't keep going on. I can't. I got to start pointing it out, because I don't want those of you that are on, like I said, a fixed income. You go to work every day and you believe in activism. You want shit to change in the country. And for the longest time, you and I both thought that we were doing some shit, right? Well, we're not. So stop giving away your $20 if you only make $500 a week or $1,000 a week. Like, even if you make more than that, I know you can't afford to be just slinging money around. It's because you believe in this shit. You have an emotional tie to what's happening, and you think that you're affecting something, and you're not. That's what I'm trying to convey. Like, undercover lefty. What the fuck? No. Been suppressed. I don't know. Let's see if we can finish.
So
Are there
do you agree
real-
with that or not?
Are there real crimes?
Can you answer the question? I'm not going to go on to the next thing. You said that sometimes for safety, it's okay to restrict.
Well,
them
I'm trying to
from-
make sure that I understand your definitions.
No,
Because
no. Let's just talk about. Forget about definitions. You said sometimes it's okay to restrict the basic movement of another man by another man for safety. Are you going to stick by that?
sometimes, yes, I will stick by that.
Okay, then you're for tyranny sometimes, because that's tyranny. That's
not
that,
tyranny.
That is tyranny. What is tyranny? What define tyranny?
Tyranny, oppression, like extreme restriction.
It's not extreme restriction to restrict the movement of somebody, and if
Violations
you
of law.
and if you keep on trying to go, they're going to put their hands on you and physically restrain you.
That
Brick,
may
you
be
lit-
tyranny. No.
No,
Look, you're not.
It is tyranny.
You're not
Brick, you-
free to just do anything.
Brick, I'm glad you're saying this because basically you're exposing yourself on a live stream. You are literally for sometimes
Brian, are there
tyranny.
real crimes? Are there
Brick,
real crimes?
You are
Are there
for
real
sometimes
evil
tyranny.
acts?
We
Are we
haven't
not-
even talked about crimes. We haven't even talked. We've talked about
Are there real evil acts?
Well, it doesn't need to define tyranny, and you're jumping down all fucking kinds of rabbit holes. It doesn't matter. Being annoyed by being delayed is not tyranny. It's annoying. That's what it is. It's a fucking annoying. You don't need to define it. You can just identify what it's not, and that's not tyranny. What is it? Oh, it's annoying. Oh, okay. What do you do when something's annoying? Stop doing it, turn around, hang up the phone, walk away.
A man who wants to move from one point A to point B and is restricted by another man is tyranny. It is oppression. It's severe restriction, and you say you're for it.
Not
sometimes.
always. Not
No, I know.
always.
That's what I said. Sometimes it's not.
You're for it sometimes. No. I don't need to define it. We don't even need to talk about tyranny because this doesn't apply here. It's annoying. Chuck, you're just going in circles, bro. I already done told you. Just kneel and look. If that's what you want to do, sure. I think you're somebody that, well, if you've been throwing money in here, even though I told you not to, you're not going to get anything for your fucking money and see you're pissed off now. So don't you feel regret for having put them super chats in here? That's exactly what I'm fucking talking about. You accomplished nothing with those super chats and you just gave me money. Do you have money to give away like that? I mean, it's cool if you do, but some people don't. You actually believe in this shit. I have a feeling you're one of the people that donate to this shit, and you're so upset because I'm talking to you literally, and that's why you're freaking out in the chat like this. I mean, I completely understand what's happening right now. You're somebody that supports this because you're upset at the direction that we're going, and you think that they're having an effect, and you put a money value on it. You put your money into it, and you're upset that I'm talking to you right now. So the reality is these dudes are not doing anything and your money is going to nothing, bro. I am talking to you. Yeah. You're just throwing your money away at nothing. If you have money to just give away for no reason to make you feel better, because that's all you're doing. You're making yourself feel better. It's a placebo effect. Okay. When you throw money at these cats, it's a placebo effect. If you've got money like that, more power to you, bro. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do with their money, but I feel bad for people that don't have it like that because I know how many of them are in my chat. I know how many of them are in my chat that are on a fixed income, they're on Social Security, or they got a retirement or a pen. So they get an X amount every month, and that's it. And they feel like they need to donate to something that they see as a problem, just like you're saying. Well, there's a problem. Well, should we get on our knees and lick the book? No, that's not what you should do. I'm being a jerk? I don't give a fuck. Reality hurts sometimes, especially when it smacks you in the fucking face, because I'm not wrong. I'm not fucking wrong. And I'm not apologetic. I'm not sorry. If I hurt your feelings, your little feelings, I don't care. Yeah, don't fucking donate. Don't give your money. There's actual charitable organizations that look after the homeless that actually do some shit for us, the people, the civilians. You know what I mean? Put your money somewhere where it's going to be valuable. And if you don't want to do that, then if you support these channels, if they sell merch like I do, I sell products. I got a fucking, where's my smoker's kit? Let me plug my products because we live in a capitalist society and I sell shit. Okay, we can make an exchange. Don't give your fucking money away to people. Buy something. If you support my channel, buy something. Don't fucking just give me your money. You're getting nothing for it. You're getting fucking nothing. Buy a product, buy something, or give your money to an organization that actually makes some kind of change or does something for people. Yeah, don't donate, Andy. Don't buy something. We have a platform, right? So I have 240 people in here. Like, you know, when you promote your website and shit, you're getting an audience you normally wouldn't get. So that's why I don't understand why there's not a hustle element to this that these people don't jump on. That's why I have a fucking businesses and I sell shit and I do other things besides this YouTube shit. So I don't need to sit here and ask you can I have $100? I need to get my tires changed. Can I have what? It's for your rights though. Buy something, bro. Begging ain't a hustle, homie. It never has been. You keep saying just like that dude from Gettysburg. Huh? What in the hell is you talking about, Willis? I'll give you $50 for your rights. Hell yeah. No, you're not actually going to get anything. Rats. It's for your rats. Hell yeah. Another ping times. Oh shit. It violated my rights. Now, I want to be clear that I'm mostly talking about these larger channels, okay? There are people that do local activism that aren't on a grift, that are getting arrested and have jobs and can't afford bail and shit like that. I'm not telling you to skip past these individuals. Do you know what I'm saying? But when you have 100,000 subs, 50, I mean, it's the view counts really. When somebody's getting views and subscribers and they're doing good on YouTube, they don't need your money. That's the point that I'm making. Like, I'm not even going to say any specific channels, but there are smaller channels that some of them aren't even monetized that are actually doing stuff locally. Actually, Corners News is a good one. Corners News is a good one. I don't even think Corners asks for anything. I'm not sure, but I really like Corners News' channel. He's actually doing stuff in the school districts where he like all kinds of helping people with lawsuits and serving lawsuits and shit. And that I'm not talking about him. There's not a grift there. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's important that as I'm talking about this, you're capable of identifying the nuanced to the specific channels. It's easy to see it. It's easy to see it. True North transparency is a bitch. Rather help in person? Hell yeah. And I also want to point something out because in my last video that I dropped, somebody left a comment that, let me go there and read it real quick, actually, so I don't get it wrong. Diabetes for all. I pinned this comment. It says, funny how community means you, the tax cattle and the viewers, their audience, but not themselves or each other. And you all need to understand that when these people say the community, when you hear them use this manipulation, they're only talking about you. There is no community with these people. They gossip like high schoolers. They talk shit about each other. They don't even take themselves serious. There is no community. It's you. They call you the community because you're the one that funds them. You're the one that promotes their videos and shares it on your Facebook or with your friends or whatever you do. You're the community. Do you understand? Am I wrong, AZ Unfiltered? Save that shit for the cops. No, everybody's susceptible, man. I'm not walking on eggshells around nobody. If you can't handle the temperature, then you probably shouldn't be in the sauna. I'm not catering to people's sensibilities around here, bro. You either get with the fucking program or you're going to get upset. That's what we've been saying. Arizona Filter, I was telling the audience that there is no community. Like these dudes, there's no community. The community means you, the viewer. The ones that dump money into the GoFundMes. The ones that send money to Cash App and PayPal and shit. That word is meant to make you feel like you're a part of something. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the manipulation there. When you hear community and then they say, I love you, or yeah, just weird shit like that. It's meant to make you feel it's inclusive. and it's manipulative because they're not talking about each other. You get where we're going with this? You pick it up when I'm putting fucking down? They look for their whales to drop $100 super chat. Hell yeah. Oh, man. Hey, who's been around long enough that remembers when I would like go hard and tell people, hey, bro, I appreciate the super chat, but it doesn't mean anything because there's going to come a point when I'm going to hurt your feelings and you're going to try to say, oh, I donated to you one time. But I've been talking about this shit for a minute. Don't give me your fucking money and think it means anything, because it doesn't. The shit ain't new. You're just seeing it in full bloom right now. Okay? I brought up the chili shit before. I was the first person to call out Long Island Audits for writing an apology letter for cop watching, because he almost peed on himself when a cop pulled a taser out. And then lied about it. And then tried to hide it, and then finally admitted to it. That's the only reason that I deleted my community post with the letter. Told him, you just admit to that shit and I'll fucking delete it. And he did, and I deleted it. That was before he knew any better. Nowadays, he would probably just ignore some shit like that. Good evening. Long Island is good stuff. No. I don't think so, Scooter. What are you talking about? That's the biggest. We haven't even done a stream about him yet, but we're going to get, there's a lot of elements to that I need to put into place before I do a live stream. See, this isn't an edited video. I have to have the ideas and the footage and all this ready to put on display live to you instead of cutting it all together and making a video. So that one's going to take a little bit longer because I want to make sure I cover all of it good. I want to make sure that you see the times when he antagonizes situations, and then when he's not recording, and then when he plays Mr. Nice Guy, or all the GoFundMes when he's actually making like probably more money than all of you in the chat combined. And that's not an exaggeration. Yep. Oops.
Necessary.
Yeah, sometimes it is very important to have to restrict monsters.
You'd be a good cop. You'd be a great cop. I got to restrict that monster.
I never have to become a cop.
No, you'd be a great cop. You have the mentality of a cop.
No, I don't.
We are going to give him $110 seatbelt ticket because he didn't keep him. But it's for safety. But it's for safety, Brick. I'm giving him $110.
No,
I'm going to economically
I would never
terrorize
take another human's life. I wouldn't do it.
But you would restrict them sometimes, or you would approve.
There are some, with a warrant.
Yeah, you would approve of others.
Yes,
you would approve of others restricting
because some things are not okay. Some things are evil.
Like going to the store. Like going to the store.
No, I'm not saying going to.
Brick, you're having trouble here because you don't know how to hit him back on his own fucking what the bullshit that he's saying. So he keeps talking about this. You're tyranny. You're stopping me in the road, but he doesn't. I haven't heard him one time say what the solution to that is. That's why I keep saying, do we call the cops or do we run him over or get out and pull him away from your vehicle? I don't know. We haven't talked about that. It's just we're only asking a question to create a confrontation where it puts us on a high point. We have totally manipulated this situation, bud. And it's not fair of you to do it to somebody like Brick. He's a little slow.
To the store, I'm saying that real crime.
I'm not letting you off.
Violence.
Not letting you off. Not letting you off.
Is violence a good thing?
It depends on what the context is. You can be violent to somebody who's trying to break in your house and try to slit your wife and kids' throats.
That's
Yes,
that's a defense. That's you
That's
defending.
defensive violence. It's defensive
violent.
violence. It's
No.
defensive violence.
Violent. The root word
Yes.
of violence is vile. That means bad. Doing what is
No.
bad. Yes.
You can be violent with somebody in a defensive way.
No, that is not violence. Defense is not
So
violent.
chopping somebody's head off is not violent?
Yeah, that's extremely violent.
Really? How about putting
Yeah.
a hole in a, how about putting a 40 caliber bullet hole in somebody's chest? Is that violent?
I mean, I'm not for the death penalty. So
No, is putting a 40 caliber bullet or 45 or whatever 223 in somebody's chest, is that violent?
yeah.
What if you did it to save your wife?
Darkness, my old friend.
I would call that defense.
That's acceptable. You called it violence, and
It's
it
not.
is, and it's
No.
acceptable and justified violence.
You said you added a caveat.
Rick,
You
let me
added
say,
a caveat.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that you approve of sometimes tyranny. Just to break in real quick, several times in this conversation, Brick made claims that can't be supported by logic, morality, common sense, or freedom. It's obvious to anybody willing to be honest with terms and actions that defensive force can be considered violent if it involves physical force or intensity, because the term violence primarily refers to the use of physical force to cause harm or damage, regardless of intent or context. Etymologically, the word violence stems from the Latin violentia, or vehement force, which focuses on the act's intensity rather than its moral justification. So defensive actions like striking an attacker or restraining someone does qualify as violent if they involve forceful physical intervention. So it's obvious to pretty much everybody except Brick that the term's connotation depends on context. Defensive violence is typically viewed as more justified and completely different from the initiation of aggressive violence in legal and ethical discussions. And you
It's
approve
not-
of sometimes.
no,
Wait.
no,
You
stop, Brian.
Your,
'cause
your
you keep saying that
justification.
I'm
Hold on.
doing
Let me finish, and then
saying
you can
it.
talk. Let me finish. You said you were for restricting the movement of a man who wants to go to the store for safety in case
No.
there's a shooter. That's what you said.
Well, a barrier may be put up. Yeah, barrier may be put up, and if you try to cross that border,
So you believe in the police tape lie. The police, just because they can put up police tape and it makes it legal, doesn't make it right. If a journalist wants to go beyond the barrier and record so he can get audio and video, that police tape doesn't make anything sacred or justify anything. Just because the law says a cop can do something, there are laws all the time that say cops can break in your door at 2:00 in the morning if they have a warrant and they suspect you have weed. That is evil. That's vile. And that is wrong. It's immoral.
And what are you supposed to do about it? I love how, bro.
Even that is not anything. Just because the law says a cop can do something, there are laws all the time that say cops can break in your door at 2:00 in the
Yes, the law allows the police to do it because the prosecutors will prosecute that because the legislators put it on the books for them to be able to do that. You crying about it like this will change nothing. Crying about it will change nothing. Suing, making case law is not going to change anything. What will change something is becoming a legislator and rewriting some shit or introducing some new shit. Are you guys afraid to do that? Is that what this is? Is that why we talk shit about it? Are you guys afraid to get involved in some shit like that? Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. If you really think about it, you guys are afraid because the solution is obvious. The solution is fucking obvious. You're anti-government shill. Like you'll never be happy if you know what I mean. That's it. The solution is fucking obvious, and it just seems like you're afraid of it. All these arguments, oh, you want to become part of the problem, or you're going to be corrupt too, and there's so many arguments for it, but they're all like, I'm afraid arguments because I don't want to do it. I'm going to come up with a bunch of excuses for why you shouldn't, why I'm going to discourage you because I don't want to do it because I'm afraid. That makes sense to me. That would never happen. The system would prevent real change. No, it wouldn't. There's just not enough real individuals that seek that kind of office. It's people that you kind of need case law to change the law. No, you don't. Get the fuck out of here. Do you not know how legislation works? What in the hell is you talking about, Willis? Pretty straight up guy? No. Are you just getting in here? You missed everything then. You'll probably see a recap of it. After this, we're going to watch a video about Fapa, where he was on this channel. We're going to watch this dude defend this moron that's accomplishing nothing. And this is how they try to reel you back into the cycle of believe us, bro. Believe us, bro. It's for your rights. We're making changes. You're being misled and manipulated. Government will just be fixed. I know. Yeah, it's just going to fix itself. We can keep crying about it, but I think that shit's funny, dude. Yep, cops are going to enforce laws that are on the books, that prosecutors will prosecute, and that legislators put there for them. And as long as we have a continuation of people that run for office as legislators that introduce local ordinances or state ordinance or state laws, whatever, however you want to define it, however you want to define the shit, and we have a continuation of these people that do this shit, and you in the chat that have such a problem with what's happening don't step up, or these people that have an audience, like Long Island Audience is a good example. That's why we're going to fucking pick on him a little bit, because he could take initiative and run for some kind of office in New York and start introducing legislation and actually have an effect. Take the activism to a whole nother fucking level if you're serious about it. Stop just profiting off of it and the people that watch by weaponizing their nonsense. Yeah, but he got that sign removed and that other thing and then that one thing. And what exactly did that accomplish, though? Nothing. Nothing. Maritime Admiralty Law or the Barb. Oh my God, bro. I'm not even going to go down that one with you. You're lost in the sauce on that one, too. Question authority. That's kind of what we're talking about. You say, my issue with Brian from Here's the Deal is that he bumps his gums hard, but you will never see him in a situation with a cop. The one audit I saw he did was weak as heck. Yeah. And that's why he's the Timu version of Lackluster and Audit the Audit, because they're actually bumping their gums to educate, not try to like turn you into some anti-government shill that just watches his videos to buy into this tribalistic mentality. They're trying to educate you on how things are right now, so you can't really talk shit about anything that they're doing. It is literally an educational channel. You know what I mean? This is the Timu version where it pretends to be educational, but really this is a manipulation to get you to buy into this ideology and make you like hate the fucking government and the cops because they're evil and tyranny and they're going to kill you and blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. Do something about it. I mean, honestly, if you really think about it, really think about this, folks. This is the anti, not Timu, this is the anti-Lackluster and Audit the Audit channel. This is the anti. This is the complete opposite. Audit the Audit and Lackluster are trying to teach you how things are right now and how to understand it and kind of how to deal with things, right? This guy tells you that it's all bullshit. Don't believe in it. The government's illegitimate. They're criminals. They're terrorists. They're going to kill you. Believe what I say. Literally telling you not to listen to anything that you hear on Audit the Audit or Lackluster. This is the complete fucking opposite. You get that, right? Lackluster and Audit the Audit. They're telling you about the case law. They're telling you how the laws are, how they're applicable. That's not what's happening over here. Over here, your brain is being melded and you're being turned into an anti-government shill and a cop hater over here that says nonsense like torture cuffs and dungeons and jackboot thugs. All those fucking dumbass terminologies came from this moron in Chile. They are literally the anti of Audit the Audit and Lackluster. Yeah, and Felix is the same thing, but that dude's fucking Looney Tunes. Propaganda. This is a propaganda channel. There you go. An anti-American government propaganda channel. Hey, Brian, you better be careful with this shit, dude. This Antifa shit that they're doing. Excuse me. They're gonna loop people like you into that. They're gonna call you a fucking terrorist organization propaganda. They're gonna fucking loop all these First Amendment auditors into that shit. We're gonna do a stream about all this, and I'm gonna explain to you how that's gonna happen. Because you're saying a lot of the same shit that Antifa's saying. Be mindful of that. You might want to tone down the things a little bit. Because this government right now has lost its fucking marbles. Bro, you're going to find yourself in a political prison and somewhere at a black site because you're, you're crazy. Snoop Vaughn, yeah, you're on X. You see what's happening. A lot of these people in my chat, they're not on X, bro. What's up, Snoop? They're not on X, man. I need to make you a moderator in here. Hold on a minute. Hey, you're a mod in here now, so you can post your channel link and whatever you want. What up, homie? Yeah, this is going south real quick in America. And if you know what's good for you, you're going to start paying attention and pointing out the things that are going south instead of focusing on stupid conversations like this, going to banks, post offices, libraries, traffic stops. I mean, getting tied up in lawsuits for years and distracted with that. But we got bigger problems going on right in our country right now, and it's a problem. Completely fucking delusional. Yeah. Are you guys even interested in watching the
other day, a troll channel was set
the FAPA?
To host a live stream debate between himself and the owner of the First Amendment Protection Agency, or FAPA channel. FAPA advertised the event on his channel's community tab with the heading "Live Interview with one of the biggest haters of American rights on the internet. Make sure to tune in and hear how menial and futile their arguments really."
He didn't say futile. He said he wrote futile, Brian. Futile and futile are different.
Are live.
Something like the feudal system. What the hell?
Over 20 minutes into the advert,
like his argument traces back to the feudal system, but that's never mind.
advertised 3 p.m. Eastern start time, rather than honoring his word to engage in the debate, FAPA chose to go live on his own channel, where he justified his withdrawal with this explanation.
So yeah, anybody that was looking forward to the live today with Fraud or Troll,
and we'll do a separate live stream about this moron right here. Yeah, feudal versus futile. Yeah, Brian, you read that wrong. But this dude's a fucking moron right here. Complete clown. Complete fuck. You're gonna get your own stream, sweetheart.
talked with some people that I have in this community to back me here, that support me and love me. Got a lot of people hitting me up all the time. So thank you to them for always steering me in the right direction. First of all, I have many, many good friends and many great people in this community that are always willing to help and always willing to give me the word of advice that they wish they had when they were starting this. So
Now, there's more manipulation for you. I told you what they talk about when they're saying the community. There is no community amongst themselves. There is not. That's a lie. I don't give a fuck what they tell you. That's a fucking lie. The community means you. You hear how he's saying, like, when you're able to give back and blah blah. He's talking about all the fucking donations, and then maybe some advice that he got from these other idiots. There is no it's a manipulation. It's talking about getting advice from people while simultaneously trying to include you into something that doesn't even exist. Do you see the manipulation?
Overall, just to start it off, I've already done a live debate with Fraud or Troll before, and there is nothing to debate. There is nothing to debate. But when you're going against the Constitution, something that's been tried, true and tested many times, brought through the court, brought through the Supreme Court, and when your standpoint on the whole thing is,
his whole argument is that he has a right to do it. Not that I'm trying to accomplish something. That's why this isn't activism. Just claiming that you have a right to do something is not activism. Doing something that you have a right to do is not activism. People do stuff that they have a right to do on a daily fucking basis, and they're not activists, bro. What you're doing is making excuses, and I don't even think you realize what you're doing. See, I don't even think a lot of people. This is excuses. He's copying excuses right now. When you call these morons out, this is what they say because this is an excuse. I now am presenting you with an excuse for why I do the things that I do. I don't need to have a debate with them. The Constitution, the court said I can do it. I don't need to. We don't need to debate nothing. It's excuses. This is not activism. You're not promoting anything. You're not promoting change. You're not changing anything. And all you're doing is pissing people off. You're using your rights to piss people off. That's what you're doing. And now you're making excuses for it when people call you out. Like, I love when they do this shit. Like, I mean, fuck, I used to do it too. Make excuses for why I was doing shit. But if you're going to make the excuse, like, I have a right to do it, but, you know, I'm doing this. And then once I do this, then I'm going to do and then I'm going to run for office, and I'm going to do this and change that law that initially affected me when I first started. But no. This is a grift. And he's making excuses for it right now. Because everybody loves the Constitution. You don't think of the Constitution as an excuse, do you? It's weird when I paint it in the picture like this, but it's hard not to think about it like that now. Let's listen to it again. This is an excuse.
you're annoying. But when you're going against the Constitution, something that's been tried, true and tested many times, brought through the court, brought through the Supreme Court, and when your standpoint on the whole thing is you're annoying, so you don't get constitutional rights, there is nothing to debate with you. I told him,
you're annoying, so you don't get constitutional rights. I'm pretty sure nobody's saying that. And that's a way of like gaslighting the situation so you can just avoid it altogether. Using the Constitution as an excuse. It's an excuse, squirt.
time and time again to not be calling this a debate because simply it was an interview, but he still calls it a debate when there's really nothing to debate. So I've already done this once with him.
Now, while it may be true that there are some people on this earth that...
Yeah, I saw the screenshot that he posted, $12,000 in a month or 24 or some shit like that. Yeah. And that's just goes to show you what I'm talking about. Let me see here. He has less subscribers than me and posts a screenshot that he makes $12,000 or, let me see. Yeah, $12,000 screenshot. He's going to make $12,000. with 111,000 subscribers. I'll tell you right now, that's way more than I make. But that goes to show you, you don't need to give him any money for bail. If he's ever involved in a GoFundMe campaign, any shit like that, why would you donate to that? 12 grand? You make 12 grand a month, homie, and you're asking people that are on a fixed income for money? Do you know how fucking ass backwards that is? Do you know how fucking ass backwards that shit is, bro? $12,000 a month, and my channel's 3 times the size of his. Okay? And that's $12,000 a month, and I've never heard or seen this dude give any of these smaller channels that have criminal cases. You ain't donate. He's not donating to him. I didn't see you donate nothing to Freeman. Why don't you throw no money to the community, to Freeman? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you guys? This is a money game. That's why he posted a screenshot of that. And it's rubbing it right in your face. Just like driving around in a Tesla is rubbing it right in your face. Who drives around? There's a couple of them that drive around in a Tesla, but old Long Island Audits, he's one of them. Now, you drive around in a Tesla, you own multiple homes, you make millions on the internet, and you're running GoFundMes to buy a van with a sign on it, or for legal fees that you absolutely can afford. What are we doing here? Oh, it's a money thing. It's a grift, folks, like I've fucking been saying. I know my presentation and delivery of this is kind of off-putting to some of you, like you don't like the language and all that, but I hope you're understanding. I hope you're picking up what I'm laying down all around you. Because you haven't really heard it from this perspective from somebody that was actively involved in this nonsense. You've only heard small pieces of this from the troll channels that have never even talked to most of it, never been around none of these cats, none of that. So that's why I think it's important for me to say something. Because I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, and I'm not wrong.
Aren't worth talking to and wasting your time with, that's irrelevant in this case because FAPA's word had already gone out into the universe. The bottom line question is, and when the dust settles at the end of the day, will you do what you said you were going to do?
Are you guys here for the halftime show?
Oh, no. We're here to help people customize and save the...
What in the Sam hell?
The other day, a troll channel was brought some assistance in remembering the details of an agreement. If there was one sure mark of a man of character, it's that a man of character keeps his word. Your word is your bond.
I'm glad you said that because that's what I'm fucking doing right now. I'm keeping my word to the original intent of what I wanted to do, and that's make sure that the public and my family and everybody watching knows what's really going on. And I don't put that ideology in one specific box. I apply it to everything. So I am keeping my word. A lot of you are not. You're deceiving people.
It's your reputation.
You're right.
On principle,
you're fucking so right, bro. It's your reputation on principle. That's why I'm doing this. You're fucking so right. So some of you need to step the fuck up and stop being little bitches. Stop being little fucking grifters on the internet and speak up or do some more shit. Actually run for office. Stop being pussies.
promises with your mouth are as binding as a formal contract. Aside from assistance in remembering the details of an agreement, one of the reasons we have written contracts and lawyers and legal actions these days is because people can't be trusted to do what they said they'd do.
It's usually our own words that come back to haunt us the most. Yeah, You're very right. You're very fucking right. What first clued you into the grift? With him or in general? It's been a cascade of events that has clued me into it. It's been a cascade of events. There has been things that have happened over the years that have raised my eyebrow. And then there's been more things that have happened within the last 2 years that have made me question a lot. And then there's a lot that has happened in the last year that has made me step all the way the fuck back and examine things from 10,000 feet and really get a perspective of the situation. And today, I'm just fucking over all of it, and I'm telling you all about it. What I saw. That's the simplified version for you. We can do a whole stream if you want on exactly how this happened, because I'll lay it out for you. Nobody's paying me. There's no, he flipped or he's doing something for his warrants. I still have warrants. No, not doing that. This is just me having an understanding of things and being fucking over it.
Keeping your word reflects a commitment to honesty, integrity, and accountability, implying that the word giver will follow through with what he said he'd do without the need for additional assurances. Don't misunderstand me. This isn't.
And I always said I'm going to educate and expose. And I'm keeping my word.
Me counting FAPA out or saying that overall he lacks integrity or is a bad person, but he did mess up here. Backing away from your word is not a responsible action. I don't care how many people approve of what you did. You promised you'd do something and you backed out. Period. If we're honest with ourselves, we've all messed up in this area. You just got to brush yourself off and make things right. But this failed.
Yeah, you're right. Part of that is stopping misleading people.
Live stream brought some things to light that should be at least briefly addressed. First and foremost, frauditor channels claim that auditors are frauds. And some of them may be. I don't know. But is
if you're not progressing to actually make change while calling yourself an activist under the guise of a First Amendment auditor, then yeah, you are a fraud.
Is holding a camera in public fraudulent? If a fraud is wrongful or criminal deception intended.
And there's the manipulation right there. Holding a camera in public is fraudulent? Bro, you're introducing he's manipulating this shit right here. Because it's not, you're holding a camera in public while saying that you're standing up for people's rights, while saying that you're trying to change something and hold people accountable. That's the fraudulent part. No, it's not fraudulent to stand in public with a camera. Anybody can do that. But if you stand in public with a camera and pretend like you're doing something else while getting paid and asking for donations, then yes, you are frauditing.
To result in financial or personal gain, then the anti-auditor channels, in order to support their positions, need to demonstrate what is wrong, criminal, and deceptive about a guy with a camera.
And that's exactly what we're doing, Brian. Thank you for telling. See, he has a solution. How do you have a solution for this? Oh, fucking bro. The potheads go shit on you right now. How do you have a solution for this? You didn't have a solution for a lot of other shit you were just talking about. Somebody blocks your road. Is that not tyranny? What's the solution? You never had a solution for that, but you got one for here. They need to prove that this, and this. And I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what I've been doing over the last week. I'm pretty sure I've been shitting out exactly what you just ordered. Is that not what's happening? I'm fucking tripping, right? Let's listen to that again.
Camera channels, in order to support their positions, need to demonstrate what is wrong, criminal.
Wrong, criminal. I wouldn't say anything's criminal yet. If I find something that's criminal, we'll point that out. But wrong, I've definitely pointed out what's wrong.
And deceptive.
Definitely pointed out what's fucking deceptive. There's no shadow of a doubt there. You have no rebuttal for that. And if you do, I'd love to hear it.
About a guy with a camera on a street corner or in a publicly accessible area filming what his eyes can see.
While pretending to be an activist. That's the deceptive part.
Just because you don't like what somebody's doing doesn't mean that they are frauds. But
Nope.
That's not the way troll channels view.
That's not the argument. The argument is, we don't like what you're doing, so you're a fraud. No. See, I like how you change the structure of the argument to fit it to your video, and you're very manipulative, Brian. Very fucking manipulative. Fraud alert. It's funny how you put that up as you're speaking.
It. This particular anti-auditor channel has already made the charge that a man recording on a street corner is tantamount to, quote, baiting cops and the public into confrontations.
100% agree with that. That's exactly what you're doing.
But couldn't it actually be said that when a cop or a member of the public tries to put their hands on the cameraman, that they are in fact baiting the cameraman into defending himself?
Bro, if this isn't some I hit her because she loves me or because I love her bullshit, I don't know what is. Listen to this shit, bro. I gotta hear that a second time.
Wrong. The public tries to put their hands on the be said that when a cop or a member of the public tries to put their hands on the cameraman, that they are in fact baiting the cameraman into defending himself.
What? What? You made me do it to you, bitch. I love you. Circular reasoning, yeah. You going to tell me that this isn't a grift or an attempt to manipulate you? The viewer that watches this shit? That's why I think it's important to point this out. What if my family watches this or my kids or some shit and they get manipulated by this and there's no counter to this that's explained clearly how I'm doing it? Because there really isn't. That's why the troll channels don't really grow. They don't get much attention, is because they focus on stupid shit like, well, look what he's recording and stuff. They fail to point out exactly what I'm pointing out and do it in a way that's digestible. It's... Bro.
The wrong or criminal act happens when the cop or the member of the public begins threatening and laying their hands on somebody just because they don't like what they're doing. The bottom line is, and this is just the way I view it, let me know if I'm wrong, The claim of fraud for the exercise of an unalienable right is patently, demonstrably false.
Well, you're framing the argument in a way that fits your narrative. You can't, what the
And the
fuck?
second wrong, the bottom line is, and this is just the way I view it, let me know if I'm wrong, the claim of fraud for the exercise of an unalienable right is patently, demonstrably false.
That's not the claim, though. You're reframing your fucking argument for your, that's manipulative as fuck, dude. That's not what the claim is. The claim is that you're exercising a right while you're an activist promoting transparency and change and blah, 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 all the cute little words that get used for that shit, when that's not what's happening while you're trying to profit from that. That's the fucking fraud, idiot. Stop reframing the fucking... I have steam coming out of my ears right now.
And the second thing is that in the live stream that the troll channel continued to host without the presence of First Amendment Protection Agency, after wading through mountains of ad hominems that range from mocking Fappa's hair to making fun of his teeth to asserting he lives in his mother's basement, the troll's two main arguments against Fappa, at least in this live stream, are that number one, he's an Amagansett Press fan because he does selective edits in his videos.
The first thing I wanted to talk to Fappa about was that he is a big Amagansett Press fan, and it truly shows in his content. It truly shows in his content because he loves his selective editing. That was my first point. Look at this. I'm going to put it on 1.5 times.
Retards
Take a look at this, guys. And remember, keep in mind that frauditors and lens lickers, they don't have the objectivity to analyze the frauditor's video, seconds by seconds, look into the details. They just see a cop and their mind goes blank. They get enraged.
I'm going to make a good point about this moron too. This fucking dumbass, bro. This dude doesn't care about pointing the things out that I'm pointing out. You know how my arguments and the points that I've made have been very articulate. They're not based on emotion. They're based on the seriousness of all of this. Everything that you just heard was word salad. It's more of what you hear from these same channels, but you're hearing it from some other dude that's would just rather profit off of making fun of them. Like, this dude has several different channels where he's got a Karen channel. He's got a streamer making fun of streamers channel. He's got a personal channel. He's got this channel. Nothing wrong with having a bunch of channels, but if you're going to call some shit out, like, makes sense. You're just trying to make money. You're trying to make dollars off of it. You're not trying to make sense. You're not trying to make logic. You're not trying to promote actual, like, understanding with people that are watching your channel while you're calling these idiots out. This is a double fuck you right here. This dude is doubling down on grifting and profiting off of you. This frauditor fucking channel right here. And I know some of you know who I'm talking about. This dude is even worse than these guys. Like, you want to listen to how he described that again? I mean, this is his argument to there are frauds. Why do you think it's so easy to defeat their shit and not even listen to it? Because of the bullshit that you just heard. There's no logic. There's no reason. There's no, you didn't make any sense. You're like the lens lickers, and then they see a cop and then their minds go crazy. And then, okay, let's play it. They're stupid. We hate them. Fuck them. Yeah. They're lens lickers and they're dumb and they're just trying to, they're frauds, and there's no structure to your argument, moron. I'm talking straight to you that's on my thumbnail. You know exactly who you are, and you're going to watch this. I know you are, because you're a little bitch that's obsessed with me and DMA and a bunch of other people. And you're probably going to fucking stroke your salami to this shit while you're watching it. So enjoy it. But you're a piece of shit that just profits off of this too. You're just laughing at shit. You're not making any reasonable arguments or nothing. That's why you're a punk, bro. I'll never acknowledge you. None of that. This is the most acknowledgement you're going to get is when I'm talking shit about you because of how much of a fucking loser you are.
But we, on the other hand, can look at things objectively. And I want you to take a look at this.
You're gonna talk.
Exactly what, dude. I want you to just take a look at this. Let's play it. Exactly. Let's go back.
To me.
Auditors and lens lickers, guys. And remember, on times and a half. Take a look at this, guys. And remember,
we're listening for points to why they're wrong, why what they're doing is fraudulent, and how they're not affecting anything, and how they're manipulating their audience. We need to have some focus points here so people understand what we're talking about. Let's see if we hear any of this.
keep in mind that frauditors and lens lickers, they don't have the objectivity to analyze the frauditor's video.
Lens lickers and frauditors don't have the objectivity to analyze the frauditor's video. But what the fuck does that mean?
You know, seconds by seconds, look into the details. They just see a cop and their mind goes blank. They get
And then they see a cop and their mind goes blank. Like, what did we just say?
enraged. But we, on the other hand, can look at things objectively. And I want you to take a look at this.
And then we just play it. We made no points. We just talk some shit. That's fucking word salad because we don't like anything that happens. We just don't like anybody. We're fucking... That's why you can't fucking... You haven't been effective. That's why none of you troll channels have been effective. And I know a lot of you are paying attention to me when you normally haven't been. So take what I just said into account and start applying it differently when you're calling these motherfuckers out. Stop saying stupid shit. Stop saying stupid shit. Some of you are more articulate than I am. You can make these points without cussing, without saying fag. Okay, you're going to reach more people being able to do that. If you make the arguments how I'm presenting them, because that's exactly the reality of this shit. Stop pointing out dumb shit. Make sense with how they're a fraud. Point it out to the people that watch so those people that watch can go and leave comments. And it's not making fun of his hair. It's actually pointing out to other people that are going to scroll through the comments exactly how this is bullshit. Be more fucking intelligent. Narcissists are like this? What do you mean? Stroke my salami. This shit's so disappointing. I'm glad I got to make this point about the troll channels because there's a couple of them that just do this shit, dude. You're not accomplishing nothing, bro. So nobody pays attention and it's hard to reach an audience and explain exactly what's happening. Got a headache yet? I'm getting there.
You're gonna talk to me. You talk to me with respect and learn some manners, Sonny.
No, Sonny.
Did you guys see that? At 4:45, there was a...
So he slows it down, makes no point. This is just entertainment. Yeah, this is grifting off of other grifters, bro. You're a secondhand grifter.
subtle cut. Just a little cut. And you can barely notice it if you're not really paying attention.
The manners, Sonny.
No, Sonny.
You see, the officer is standing here, then he's standing here. So what that means is that there was something that this officer said that he didn't want his audience to know. He didn't want his audience to know about this. Or it means that he said something that he didn't want his audience to know. So you see, when I was going to present this to Fapa, there is no way he could have explained this.
And number two,
Bro, that's such a stupid fucking argument. You want to hyper focus on a cut? Why not ask some of the questions that I've asked? How does this affect anything? What are you ultimately affecting? Well, we're gonna get this. Okay, well, what's that gonna affect? Tell me how kids in California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Nevada, anybody over there is going to be positively affected by what you're doing. Well, let me think about that for a minute. Can I phone a friend? Is this, do I have a lifeline?
Troll says that Fappa pepper sprayed a woman, but not a man who was hitting him. And that was all he listed in the live stream. Now, if somebody gets in your space, you've got the right to defend yourself however you choose.
Yeah.
A woman can pull a knife or a gun on you just like a man.
Mm-hmm.
Why he pepper sprayed a woman and not a man, I don't know, and I don't feel the need to speculate about it. The troll channel and his audience basically called Fappa a coward, a clown, a bitch.
Yeah, and he is. I didn't see her attacking him because she got too close, bro. That's content farming right there. Pepper spray videos, they get some views, don't they? So if you look for an opportunity to pepper spray people, we had a streak of that happening. There's been weird streaks. There's pepper spray streaks. There was a cop door opening streak. I had my own flashlight streak. There's been a bunch of weird streaks.
And a punk for doing this. And there were a lot of other colorful words added in there.
That lady looks like she could be my mom's age. She looks like she could be somebody's grandma. And she wasn't attacking you. She was close as fuck, but is it appropriate to pepper spray him? That is a bitch move, homie.
As for the edits, who knows? I'd only be speculating. If there was some kind of deceptive cut to make him artificially look better, I'm not down with that. And while there are...
This is why I think the dude that DMA is suing, the main dude that DMA is suing for copyright infringement, this is why I think he's going to lose his case. Because he makes no points. He doesn't... Actually, never mind. Never mind.
There are many points in the live stream where the troll and many in his audience let their fangs and claws show. This part encapsulates and highlights.
Damn, nobody cares. I think I had that person in here.
The fact that neither he nor they are interested in anything that resembles the truth.
So somebody said, here's the deal, is projecting his one bad encounter with police from the 90s who are long retired onto police today. And this might actually be true. This might actually be true. And that's why people say that like people like me, I have a problem with the cops because I went to prison or because I had a bad encounter or something. So now all cops are bad. And I don't believe in that shit. But I do believe that there are some people that are like that. And Brian, you might be one of them. You might be one of them. You need to let go of anything that happened to you. It's not that big of a deal. Stop manipulating people, grifting.
Here's the deal, is projecting his one bad encounter with the police from the 90s who are long retired onto police today, not the same generation. Oh, for sure. The same thing with what?
Same thing with old Cholito, yeah.
What's his name? Dale. He has the thing with Li. Yeah. Anyways, forgot his name. But you're totally right. Thank you so much.
For sure, you're totally right that my social media presence is predicated on one bad police encounter in the 90s. And because of this one bad experience, I project all of that onto my channel. Now, can you imagine making a statement about somebody you don't know, about something you could have no knowledge of and have no proof for?
That's a good point. That's why I didn't make a statement. That's why I say I think that might be the case. Because I don't have any knowledge or proof of that. I have no knowledge or proof. It's just a guess, but it comes with some understanding of the things that you've said.
And then imagine having a massive audience and agreeing in front of your audience with an unsubstantiated statement made by another person that you don't know. Their mouths are writing checks that fact refuse to cash. Not only that, nobody cares statement about cops, and the troll's agreement with that statement ignores the fact that while this is not the same generation, cops are still dishing out bad experiences all the time, and it keeps getting worse. And here's a short list. Philando Castile died by cop trying to obey the cops. Daniel Shaver died by cops trying to obey cops. Johnny Hurley died trying to save cops.
This is another element of the manipulation that bothers me right here, because they're using the deaths of these other individuals to perpetuate and propagate their fucking propaganda nonsense when it comes to hating the government and the police and making you believe it. This is like textbook propaganda shit. You put up pictures that tug at people's emotions and shit like that. What do you think they're doing right now? There is actual corruption. There are legitimate deaths that happen that are bad. And that needs to be called out. But that's not what you people are doing. But then you use that shit to prop up what you're trying to do. And that's just argue your right to do something while not making any progressive changes or doing anything positive. Sick, isn't it? Isn't that, if you really think about it, but you're using propaganda to manipulate people's emotions right now to prove some point that you have a right to do some shit? That don't sit right with me.
And he was shot by cops. Homeless man James Boyd died by cops trying to just live in the desert. Kelly Thomas died by cops trying to be left alone. Stephen Lara had his life savings stolen by cops for no reason. Johnny Wheatcroft was tortured in front of his family for contempt of cop. 72-year-old dementia patient Karen Garner was brutally treated and was mocked by the cops who brutalized her. Botham John was killed by Officer Amber Geiger, who entered the wrong apartment. Maryland cops shot and killed Gary Willis while serving a red flag order. Dennis Tuttle and Regina Nichols and their dog were killed by HPD in a botched no-knock raid. Breonna
Wow, he just keeps going and going and going. This is really sad, dude. He's using this as an argument as to why you need to record the police, right? And I'm going to make a point as to, while recording the police and being there in the moment is important, the videos themselves do nothing. Okay? The videos don't do any good. And I have examples of that myself, and I put out an example of that recently with the Phoenix cops that killed that guy that was on a bike. I mean, I was out at a traffic stop. I recorded one of the cops that's been involved in that. What good did my video do? Somebody else still died later on. You know what I mean? You're arguing that that it's needed to prevent this kind of thing? Is that the manipulation that's not being said, but you're trying to, subliminally give to your audience that some idiot named Fappa standing outside recording some shit is somehow going to prevent all this stuff you're putting up on the screen? Like, how does this tie in? Because it doesn't, dude. I got killer cops on my channel that have killed again. What did my videos accomplish? What did going out there and documenting them do for anybody, bro? These are very uncomfortable questions, aren't they?
Taylor was shot and killed in her bed by Louisville police. And not one of the 376 Uvalde officers from multiple agencies would even save the kids in Robb Elementary School while the shooting was still going. The Knapp Commission in the 1970s unearthed widespread systemic corruption in the NYPD, and 20 years later, the Mullen Commission found that the NYPD corruption that the Knapp Commission uncovered had gotten much, much worse. And get this, the Royal Commission found...
If you're somebody that is actually listening to this because you buy into it, by this point, you've done forgot that what is this stream even about right now? Because we're manipulating you with all this bullshit, with all this information that's irrelevant to the point of this. You're trying to argue that dude he's not a fraud because he's exercising his rights to prevent Royal Commission and New South Wales Police Service. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. This is more manipulation shit. You see what's happening here? Your brain has gone soft by the time you've gotten here without critically thinking about this, and you're like, yeah, FAPA and corruption and all bad, and yeah, I'll give you $20.
Rampant, widespread corruption in the New South Wales Police Service to the point where they had to fire hundreds of police officers. Arkansas cops justified deadly pit maneuvers on pregnant women who were trying to comply, and we haven't even approached the surface of police corruption, let alone scratch it. And these trolls will sit behind their screens and call people exercising their rights frauds. They are willing to call you a fraud because you want to...
No, they're calling activists, First Amendment auditors, frauds. Not people that are just exercising their rights. Am I a troll? Is that what we're going to classify Direct D as now? Hump Brian and everybody else that doesn't like what I'm doing? Can you just so easily slap a troll label on my channel after all the shit that I've done and been through and put on the internet? What do we all have to say about what I'm saying? Is this a troll? Forget about the hundreds of hours and thousands of miles I put on my vehicle chasing cops around under the beliefs of the shit you're perpetuating to accomplish nothing. Am I a troll? I don't think so. You're not going to be able to label me with that nonsense. This is still Direct D's channel. And I'm sticking to my beliefs, and I'm doing exactly what I believe in. And I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you don't like it. You know what an ethos is? Any of you know what an ethos is? I developed an ethos in prison, and I've stuck by that. And I'm a lot happier of a person because of that.
To shine the spotlight on police corruption. You want to exercise your rights under this Constitution. And when cops and the public come after the cameraman, somehow in the minds of the trolls, you are still the fraudster. Maybe it's a good principle to follow. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. And never argue with stupid people.
You're right. I'm not arguing with you fools. I'm just exposing you.
Because they will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience.
And that's exactly what y'all been doing, huh? They sure do have a lot of experience perpetuating this bullshit. There's nothing wrong with local activism and actually trying to accomplish some shit locally and getting paid doing that. But when you start to stray away or not even do that at all, then it's a fraud. Well, I don't like really using the word fraud because that's a legal thing, and it's not a fraud. It's just a grift. It's fake. Make sense? Yeah, they will drag you down and beat you with experience. And they got a lot of experience doing this shit. Brian's on FBI watch list, probably, dude. I know I'm on an FBI watch list with all my anti-Zionist rhetoric. Yeah, recording a weed store is not activism. I think I'm going to start covering some of those videos. If you guys have dispensary videos, specifically, hit me up. If you know any of the dispensaries that are involved, let them know that I'll platform the owners of whatever dispensaries they're bothering. Anybody that's involved, because usually those people don't have a way to speak out or say, because there's stuff that happens after a video. You know what I mean? Like maybe their phones got shut, or there was a bunch of reviews or whatever. I'd love to talk to those kind of people. Yeah, if you're privy to any of that, hit them up. The truth movement. Damn, did I eat my last one? Oh, no. Excuse me. Johnny 5-0. He was live probably like, I don't know, a few months ago. He's come into my chat a few times. He's had health problems. Mm-hmm. What up, Digital Denizen? Shane? Rice Krispie treat? Oh, yeah. He's another idiot. That dude is a complete moron. Bro literally said that even if one of these activists was lying to his audience about the shit that he was saying while pretending like he's doing something, that he didn't care. That was like a year ago when I was calling out that other loser. Just doesn't care. That was the starting point. That was one of them. Like, well, what do you mean you don't care? What do you mean? Hold on a minute. You don't care? Dude don't even care that his homie's a piece of shit. You know, and I see a lot of questions in my chat about what about this guy? What about this guy? And I do recognize that there are other people with channels that have charges with, like, they got violent with a woman. And that alone is not something that I would immediately demonize somebody for. What I would start having a problem with is like when we called Chris out about it and he lied about everything. Okay, it's the fact that you did some shit like that and then 25 years later you're lying about it and trying to paint yourself as some hero in a situation where you were the piece of shit. So that's where I have the problem with it. Okay, it's not that everybody has problems, bro. It's not that you had a problem with your woman at one point and you got violent, because nobody's fucking perfect. It's when somebody asks you about it and you're like, I didn't hit her. There was a guy there. You literally made up a fucking completely different. That was one of the worst cases right there. Does that make sense? Is that a good way of outlining that? Because I know there's people in here that probably have domestic violence charges, and I'm not demonizing you. Shit happens. You know what I mean? There's women with domestic violence charges that get fucking crazy and think they can attack people. Like, it goes both ways. It's when you get called out and you're trying to be this righteous activist person, and then you get called out, and instead of acknowledging it, like, yeah, that was in my past. I made a mistake. We had an argument. It's over. No. You got to make up some bullshit and fucking lie and make it worse. No. So I hope that answers some people's questions that were asking me that. Like, people are like, well, what about this guy with these DV charges and this guy? It's like, I don't know the situation. And I haven't heard anybody call him out and then it be made a big deal that they were like lying about some shit. So frankly, I don't give a fuck. I care if there was a child predatory shit going on or some predatory shit on a woman, you know what I mean? Or just some weird shit like kids in a park, you know what I mean? Sniffing bicycle seats, some shit like that. Or the people that just lie about, like if I got convicted of armed robbery and kidnapping. I went to prison for that. Now, if I had never told anybody that and I got called out for it and I started trying to lie about it, I would feel the same way about that as I do about this other shit, because it's who gives a fuck that's some serious shit, bro. That's a lot more serious than hitting a woman. That's a lot more fucking serious. But why would I mean, it would make it worse if I tried to lie about it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people that don't watch my channel because of that. And I don't give a fuck. There's a lot of people that wouldn't watch Chris's channel because he beat the fuck out of his chick. But there are people that would because he was honest about it. That's the point that I'm trying to make. It's similar. That's why I'm honest about this, because I don't want to be in a position where I get called out for some shit like that. Because if I built my channel and got it up to 1 million subscribers and then got called out for being a felon, I'm going to drop some for that. I didn't tell you about it. I'm going to drop some. And then if I try to lie about it, I'm going to drop even fucking more. You know what I mean? I built my shit on a mountain of truth. So everybody can go fuck themselves. You think you're going to expose me for anything, homie? Miss me. You're not. I already did it. So I can come here and be able to do all of this and sit back and smile because you have nothing that you're going to call me on. Nothing. I've already did it. I'm a felon. I used to put phones in my butt. I'm smoking weed right in front of you. I smoke cigarettes too. I cuss a lot. I think that Israeli Zionists control this country. I mean, what the fuck? There's nothing that you can come here and say, well, look at that. No. Nope. Like I said, we all live in glass houses. The only difference is I already broke all my windows out. Yeah, let me know. Made them suck his gum, bro. Yeah, not all Jews are Zionists, no. And for Americans, it would be Christian or Zionist, Christian, Israeli sympathizers. Which is just as bad. Drama for clicks and lawsuits with no progression. Yeah. That's honestly what I believe. Yeah. And I mean, case law is good. I think case law is good. I think creating case law is good because normal people can use that to recoup damages and money from the government when they've been wronged. So I think creating case law is good. You are having an effect when you do that, but it's not a good enough effect. Good enough, big enough, whatever. Case law is often ignored, and it does nothing for the underlying problem in America when it comes to why our rights keep diminishing, okay? Case law, that's why I need to be specific about it, because case law is good. I'm not trying to talk shit about it, but at the same time, I kind of am, because it doesn't affect, it's not having an effect. It's good in small instances, like when grandma gets pulled over and ripped out of her car and thrown on the ground. All the case law that would say that they can't do that is going to give her money and damages to recoup herself because she's not an activist, and that's what that's supposed to be for. If you're doing this as an activist, and you're creating, it's good to create case law along the way, but there needs to be a progression. You know what I mean? That's the point here. That's what I'm trying to make. You can believe that if you like. It's not a belief. That's the reality. Yeah, I don't see anybody working towards qualified immunity reform that's in this genre. Now, there are activists there's groups and stuff that are working to get rid of qualified immunity on a federal and all state levels. There's a bunch of them actually, but none of these people. None of you know what I'm saying? Like that's if we're working towards that, we start getting involved in what the fuck, dude. We start getting involved in some organizations that are doing that. Like that would be that's a good progression. That's a good progression. Maybe that's not a running for office kind of thing. Working towards qualified immunity reform. Hello. Yeah, hit her up. Let me know. Cops need better training. And how do you make them get that? How do you make cops get better training? Suing them? I mean, yeah, sure, you can get them to get some First Amendment training in a lawsuit. In that police department. But no, not suits. How do you get them to train them? You think how do you actually affect training? I mean, you could get elected as a legislator and then introduce some legislation using a bunch of examples, bunch of different shit, and make it maybe like a law that they have to, I don't know, there's some states you can't even become a cop unless you have you've been college educated. Crying about it on YouTube's not going to do that. Am I wrong? I have to pee. What up, Tat Man? Not training. I mean, yeah, but I was just entertaining it. Just proving my point. Like you have a complaint about training and $3 hours. Yeah. Probably got about another half hour and then I'm out of here. I go live on my personal channel. I don't know. Hmm. So, do I think that what I'm doing with this shit is going to change what they're doing? No. No. I'm not delusional. But I do think that it's going to open some of your eyes. And that's exactly what I wanted. I'm not trying to police what they're doing in the sense of altering it. Because I don't think that'll happen. But I can police it in the sense of informing you, the viewer, of what's happening. Texas sheepdog, I don't know. What's the end game? Well, I know what my end game is. I don't know about everybody else. What flavor? I don't know. It says Tahoe on it. Enjoy the money too much? Yeah. Well, maybe other people that have a mind to run for office or actually do some shit will hear what I'm saying and see a path for it. I mean, FAPA showed you how much money it's possible to make with just 100,000 subscribers. So some of you can see this and see this genre as a stepping stone towards actual activism, and you should, because you can get a large audience, you can command a lot of attention, and you can get enough money to fund such a campaign towards actual change. I mean, a lot of people want to know, like, well, how do you get elected? You need to have money to get elected. And you can make that happen fairly quick on YouTube if you follow the pattern of shit you've been seeing these dudes do. Build a channel, build an audience, get the money, run for office, and then start having a local effect and change some shit instead of fucking crying about it. James Freeman wasn't excited about AFA filming him live acting sexually ignorant. What? What are you talking about? Hmm? I don't know. I don't know. Anybody have any questions that you would like answered that you don't have to pay for? Because I'm reading your chats before I end the stream, because we're heading towards that, ending the stream part. Maybe I might go live on my other channel. I don't know. Let me think of a question. What do you believe? Are you asking me that? What do you mean? What do I believe? I believe a lot of things. Are you going to march? What does that mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Do you believe in magic? Did we do it? No. Still haven't lost. There's 8 people. Now I need to lose 6. Saturday. No. I live out in the middle of nowhere. I ain't marching nowhere. I'm not doing nothing like that. You done with that court-ordered bullcrap yet? What court-ordered? No, I don't participate in no shit like that. I live out in the middle of nowheres. Get a bike. Are you drunk? Morning, y'all. Not a chance in hell. Blade. Why alienate these channels? Because it's important. Because it brings balance. Brings balance to the fourth. He's getting interrupted with ads. Apologize for that. Know these channels you're talking about? Yeah, I answered your question. Did you just reframe yours because you didn't understand my answer to it originally? Narrator for a book. Hey, if you pay me enough, I will. Yeah. What's your other channel? My name, Christopher Ruff. Christopher Ruff. This one. See, I was last live on there 20 hours ago, so I stream on this channel pretty often too. You know what I'm saying? You guys like my live streams? These are a little bit different. So I keep personal shit. I try to keep personal shit off of this channel and put it on that one. So I stream about other internet losers that are just pieces of shit. They're not actually like, they're nobody. They're not having an effect. But locally, they're pieces of shit. The things that they do, pieces of shits. So as long as they're on the internet and they keep on gabbing about me, I'm going to keep on streaming about them. Done with auditing? I never fucking audited anything, dude. Anyway, I'm gonna be live on that other channel. Maybe. I gotta eat something, make some coffee.
They already know what it is. All I do is work, hustle, kill. 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 All I do is work. 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 Hustle and kill. We stack 4 5s. We live cities, run shit or die. Fuck that. We stack 4 5s. We live cities, run shit or die. Fuck that. We stack 4 5s. We live cities, run shit or This is the This is the This is the remix. This is the This is the This is the remix. 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 Remix. When the time comes, there will not be enough people to bury the dead. When the time comes, there will not be enough people to bury the dead. When the time comes, there will not be enough people to bury the dead. Never on the sidelines, I only never take a day off, I only I don't mess around, kid, I only Marty never sleeps, all I do is work. Never on the sidelines, I only never take a day off, I only I don't mess around, kid, I only Marty never sleeps, all I do is work. 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 Hustling. All I do is work. 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 Hustle and kill. Oh, I think that's all I got.